PKA 585 with our guest Adi Taylor.
This episode of PKA brought to you by Blue Chew, Lucy, and the best cum pills available anywhere in the world. Lock and load. Start coming like a man. You want to increase that load volume. It'll be a lot of fun. Your orgasms will be better. Thanks for coming on the show, Eddie.
I feel bad. You are a man of class, and here we are on.
No man above a good cum pill.
No, I love the beard, like a very intense, hard line beard, a John Hamm-esque beard.
It looks like it's been threaded. You ever see like when they thread the line of someone's facial hair and they got those two strings that like slowly tear it out? Yeah,
that sounds terrible.
That's got to be something from some cultural group or something. Like oh, that's how Iranians do this. Like I don't know, but wherever it is, they are gluttons for punishment. That looks awful.
Do you know what we're talking about, Eddie? The threading of the beard line?
No idea.
It's like thin fishing line, and it has a loop in it, and they just pull it tight and pluck the whisker. And
they're rapidly doing it.
They're experts.
This is something that you do.
No, I'm not nearly manly enough. But your beard line was so well defined, they were suggesting that maybe that's how you got it done.
But all I heard was John Hamm, and I was like, yeah, I like these guys. That's very nice. You know?
Yeah, I can't imagine someone ever being offended being compared to John Hamm.
Maybe George Clooney. Maybe George Clooney would be offended, but that's about it.
Wow.
Maybe. He's starting to get to the age where like even good looks genetics, like he's getting old.
You think George Clooney?
He's getting on a bit.
All right,
I haven't seen him in person.
I don't know if you're. Go ahead, Kyle.
I was just going to say, if you're going to marry one of the older Hollywood hot fellas, like Brad Pitt or Leo's really fallen off, but that's going to allow him to do more character stuff. I'm glad Leo's not as good looking anymore. But John Hamm, he's on Curb Your Enthusiasm a lot with Larry David, like just doing this. Looks like he's just enjoying himself. Good looking fella. It's that John Stamos, I think, who's got the staying power, though. He's got that good jawline. Strong genetic.
I hear you. I don't think you're giving Justin Bateman his due.
Oh, he's just a... They gave the makeup and the CGI on him for Netflix. I don't think that's real at all. I think
I'm 99% sure you're making that up. Well, the makeup has to be true.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're talking tangentially about Netflix. We have someone who works directly with Netflix with us. So you're behind Castlevania. I have not seen that, but I saw that. Like,
I really enjoyed Castlevania.
It's big in the world, and I was like, oh shit, that's like a big show. Like, and this guy's behind that, so that's
Gray
awesome.
Was the one that I knew about.
Was that the first big project you undertook with Netflix?
I have a question for you.
Of course.
That background is that your actual background, or is that like a
Kyle took a bunch of time to actually staple up all that shit behind him, and so I put his exact background as a green screen behind me. Just more joking with Kyle to have a better looking, cleaner version of it.
Interesting.
Than him.
That's amazing. Because and I hope I'm not offending anyone here, but Kyle, Taylor's looks better than yours, and the fact that Taylor's is fake and yours is the real deal. That's kind of like, when the copy of the copy of the copy all of a sudden
is the true master version.
But he doesn't have the wonderful sound dampening benefits of the black and red wall.
Oh, that is true, because you're when you talk, there's a dampening that I with Taylor. Taylor, I'm not getting any of that with you, buddy.
No dampening whatsoever.
So there's an element of like false advertising.
He's not very funny either, if you ask me.
Just a terrible addition to the show.
Nobody likes him.
Yeah, but your background can't even change to other things.
The problem was back in the early days, we had this contract where we had to pay the third host by the pound, like whatever they weighed, and so we had to go with a skinnier fella, and that's what we've done.
That would be an interesting. Is it too stupid to be called a thought experiment? like how much would you be willing to gain and be fat for more money at your job?
If Taylor got paid by the pound, he wouldn't be cheaper anymore. No, he would have used the last 7 years.
He's really been getting more and more expensive, but with his workout regimen and his Cheez-Its addiction.
That's true. Those things combine for a lot of mass. Not it's like an 80-20 bad to good breakdown. But
we might all be heavier though. Oh no, you lost a lot of weight, Woody. I'm
lighter than I was. Yeah.
I'm like 205 or 206 right now, I think.
I weighed in at 199 last time, so that's close.
Yeah.
That was a few days ago.
Yeah, our composition is probably wildly off. I'm putting on that baby fat. We've been bulking hard.
All right. I would love to hear all about this. We
have
our guest for 90
No, I want to
minutes.
talk to our guest about Castlevania because I really enjoyed Castlevania. I thought that just like in Bram Stoker's Dracula the movie, he presented like a sympathetic version of Dracula. I was on Dracula's team, the whole way. Like if anything, I didn't like the ending of Castlevania because I was just like, why are we all rallying against the clear good guy here? I mean, like the clergy got together and murdered this guy's like wife while he was away from home, and like he comes home and seeks revenge, and somehow he's the bad guy.
Are you a gamer?
Yeah.
You guys are all gamers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly, Woody, you are. You got a Call of Duty Black Ops.
I get passionate about games and then I completely withdraw. I am a sawtooth pattern of gaming. Why did you ask?
This is going real well.
Just is it?
What does a producer do?
No, you don't seem to want to talk about your project. Like we're trying to engage you about like what you do, right? And sort of lead that into us picking your brain a bit about process and future projects. And you're just like, you got an interesting background. And hey, do you play video games?
You do.
I mean, I'm happy not to talk about you if that's what you prefer.
I know you're a gamer because I can see Pokemon. And something
that is a Pokemon right there. That's a.
It is. It's a dead-eyed Pikachu. Was that it?
It is. Yeah. It's a Louis Vuitton Pokemon.
Are you serious?
Yeah. And look, I got Earthbound right there.
Oh, I didn't know Louis Vuitton made Pokemon.
Ah.
I guess they.
Yeah. So it's actually like an artist named Gabriel Deshaw, friend of mine. He kind of repurposes Louis Vuitton and Gucci stuff, and he made me like a Star Wars walker.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like
Does it have a function? Is it a bag?
No, but it's got a handle, but it's like literally got a handle, and
so you can bring it to the airport or wherever you go with it.
Well, it would be cool. It'd be cool if there was like a Bluetooth thing, so it would kind of like walk and like follow you. That would be kind of rad.
That would be neat. Seems like Elon Musk would be the one to talk to about that. Although he hasn't finished his hole digging project, his internet thing. I don't know if that's going anywhere. So I don't think robots are quickly on the horizon. The Cybertruck was made up, as the car experts we've had on have confirmed.
So the internet thing's interesting, right? I saw them talk to the president about the internet thing because they delivered a lot of the StarLink terminals to make sure the Ukrainians can have internet, even if the hard lines and the towers are shot down and all that stuff. And I guess
it must at least kind of work, right?
I think it works as long as you've got like the infrastructure, which is what he like quickly shipped them somehow. And I was surprised, like we were talking about that guy who promised 1 million or 100 million rounds to the Ukrainians earlier, and I was like, it's gonna be hard to get to them if you don't like know how to get. I wouldn't know how to ship ammo to Ukraine right now, but somehow Elon Musk shipped those terminals like overnight, like to Ukraine. I saw the Ukrainians unloading them from a truck.
Wow.
I did not see that.
I want to get that Starlink thing for my dad because he lives in that shitty area where like the internet is so unreliable and weak. It would be great to like every time I go over there when I see him watching like Gunsmoke, I'm like, we got to get you like a DVD player for sure, Dad. Like this is you got to stop watching.
Is it good enough?
Oh, and on satellite.
On satellite.
It's old school.
Yes, it's old school stuff. We're way too far behind. He was always the cutting edge guy growing up. He was the one who was like, oh yeah, this new TV does this, that, and the other. Oh, these new speakers? Mm-hmm. This is the way. And at some point he was like, it's good enough. Like there was a point where like the two lines intersected, his eyesight and technology. And he was like, we're staying right here.
So he doesn't have Netflix. He can't do it?
Can't do it. When he comes over to my house and I'm like, what do you want to watch? He's like, you've got way more. We could literally sit here for the next 4 hours and I could give you the options. Because, I've got every single conceivable channel.
Mm-hmm.
It's I don't know how he sits there and watches Gunsmoke. I'll tell you what I did watch last night. It's the Kanye West new song with the game. It's called Easy, Eazy, and it is the most petty shit I have ever seen in my life from a millionaire, famous man named Kanye West. It is all about music video, yeah, with him rapping to it, right? You know,
yeah. Okay.
You're familiar with those.
But the way you said it, I didn't know if this was like a mini documentary of hate or just.
No, this is a 3-minute music video where he's shitting on Pete Davidson and like murdering Pete Davidson and burying him up to his neck in sand and planting roses on him and cutting the roses off of his dead body and like being super petty through this whole thing and like calling him out by name, talking about.
Just figured out Pete Davidson's fucking Kim Kardashian. That's why he's upset.
Yeah.
Pete Davidson doesn't get enough credit for all the women he slept with in the same lifetime.
I give him credit.
In the same lifetime.
Yeah.
What other time period could you split it up? Like,
he's got Ariana Grande, Kim Kardashian, and I'm pretty sure there's another heavy hitter in there. This man should be worshipped. Did you say something?
I said he's got to be. There's got to be. Like I'm sure he's had more than two women in his life as a good-looking rich man on SNL. But somehow or another, Kanye is incredibly petty. There's one line in the song. It's like I'm talking about how good look. He's like, I wish you could see my new bitch, and then something about being too Bugatti rich. It was a pretty good line, but it was just so petty. He's bragging about how hot his new girlfriend is, while at the same time wanting to beat up Pete Davidson. Like it's pretty wild.
Beckinsale she's
like in her
model,
50s?
right? She's 48. I don't know how old she was when he dated her, though. Yeah,
that's interesting. I think the guy who made all of those Kate Beckinsale movies was her husband or boyfriend. Like all those those movies where she's fighting vampires and stuff.
Underworld.
Yeah.
Eddie, what does a producer do?
That's
Without
a good question.
Produces stuff.
Well, I think like the long convoluted answer here is job titles in Hollywood have stayed the same for decades, for generations, but technology has caused like the jobs to fundamentally change, right? And then also the financial business apparatus that governs the Hollywood ecosystem has also shifted, right? So like what a director did, for instance, during the studio system era is very different than what happened call it during the 80s and 90s. And then what also complicates things is things change depending on the genre, if that makes sense, right? So like what a writer does in a comedy, as an example, is very different than what a writer does in an action movie versus a period drama.
Okay.
Right. So like the writer in the King's Speech, for instance, is doing something fundamentally different than the writers who wrote the Hangover. And I'm not saying like one's better than the other, but like comedies, for instance, especially after digital technology became a thing, comedies started using a lot of improv because we're no longer shooting on like film reels. So you can just keep the camera rolling. And so improv became a thing with comedies, right? So a lot of comedies then started being found in the edit. And so really, like when you look at like the entertainment ecosystem at large, it doesn't all work in one way. And then it's all been further complicated by streaming. So now, So I'm gonna like pivot this to my new show that's just out. That's just why I'm like
I'm happy to talk about your show, but I find it interesting that I understood and comprehended everything you've said, yet I know nothing about what a producer does.
Yeah. No, I'm getting to that.
Okay.
Right? So it's an ill-defined catch-all term, and that's fundamentally kind of the problem with it. And So it's like it's like the problem, and then also it's kind of okay at the same time because it doesn't really like have an issue.
Mm-hmm.
What I said just made absolutely no fucking sense. Sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't cause problems, so why change it? Yeah,
exactly. It doesn't cause any problems, right? But so, and the problem, in my opinion, is the producer could be the person who is actually physically like producing the project, and by that I mean like scheduling finding the locations, like scheduling the shoots, figuring out like when, where, how this is being done, right?
Mm-hmm.
The producer could also be like a brand, So, and by that example, I mean like, so sometimes it'll say like Steven Spielberg, produced by Steven Spielberg, or produced by Michael Bay, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that could just mean like, hey, look, this person is associated with this type of content. So
yeah, it gives a little extra push brand, when Michael Bay is out there.
They don't do anything when they're a brand. They just help sell the film.
Yeah, I wouldn't say don't do anything, because again, it's a case by case basis, and it's very different, right? And I would argue that like marketing support sometimes is very crucial, right? And then sometimes,
I'm reminded of the scene from Office Space where they ask, "What is it that you do?"
Yeah. No,
it's a people person.
Those engineers down there, they don't know how to work with people. I'm a people person.
Right.
What a great movie. That makes sense about the writers, though. It would be way easier to be a writer for a comedy that's not written in 1961, where you can kind of just be like, oh, let's just let John C. Reilly kind of riff for 2 minutes and we'll get something better.
Totally. And, so it ends up being like kind of a story structure thing, right? Also, I'm happy to answer more questions. Otherwise, I'll just keep rambling. But but also, so for my new show that just came out on Tuesday called The Guardians of Justice. The full title is The Guardians of Justice Will Save You. Okay. It's a spoof. It's effectively a spoof played completely straight of Batman and the Justice League. Yeah. So like that one, for just to kind of use it as an example, it's not just live action, it's live action, 2D animation, 3D animation, claymation, stop motion, pixel art, kind of all cross-pollinated together. And it shifts stop like within like within one scene, right? Whatever you get into that. But like, so like the reason the claymation is so important in this equation, right? So if I show you a live action still frame image, a live action image, right? And then I show you a cartoon and I intercut them, your mind will probably reject that because you're like, that's just a weird medium shift. Yeah. But then if I put in a shot of claymation in between it as a transition.
Oh no, I love claymation. When I mentioned that, what I was going to ask, like, that's really time intensive stuff, right? Like, you can point a camera at somebody and say, run across the room. And 3 takes. Well, how many takes do we need of this guy run across the room? Really? He didn't trip. But claymation, we're there for a while, moving like shaping.
Yeah.
And these are artists, not guys who are just saying, all right, now move a select forward. There's an artist down there. That must be incredibly time.
Yeah. And this entire project took me 6.5 years. And I don't mean 6.5 years. Oh, I was developing it. And then I mean, like, literally I was in production, like sculpting and for 6.5 years. And the point I was making about claymation, claymation's technically animation, right? As Kyle, as you pointed out, it's animation, but it's it's using live action photography because it's also real and you're actually filming real stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you see now a live action shot, a 2D animation shot, and then you have claymation in the middle, all of a sudden it kind of allows your mind to accept the shifting mediums. So claymation ends up being the glue that holds all the mediums together.
That sort of transition between media formats, is that something that you thought of, or is that something, whose idea is that?
So that's it was me, but it's not like I thought of it. This is how my mind processes information. So like when I remember like my childhood or memories or whatnot, like it's usually in different forms of hyper reality. So sometimes it'll feel like cartoony, sometimes it will feel like more film noir, sometimes it'll feel like literally like we're in a Looney Tunes Roadrunner piece. So this felt like an accurate representation of that. And I also I've chilled out more now. But I used to, when I was younger, I had like issues communicating, was not very good at that because I was dealing with like intense sensory overload. So I was trying to convey that in this show. So when you watch The Guardians of Justice, or if you do,
I plan to.
It'll be like sensory overload, because that's again how I experience reality.
Okay. So
yeah.
I mean, the trailer looks really cool, and you can see very clearly, in the trailer on your channel, it's called The Guardians of Justice official trailer, if anyone wants to check it out. It looks very neat, very novel. Some people are getting shot and they're like exploding into coins, like video game style, and then other of the violence is more comic book with a kaboom, and other it's like a real guy stabbing another guy. So a mishmash. So I can see this holding attention very well.
Also, there's a language within the medium shifts. So there was like a language I was trying to infuse in it, and then also Taylor, yes, absolutely, you pointed out there the whole thing is layered with video game language.
Oh, okay.
So I have which is why I was asking you guys about video games. It's like at the top of this, like there's like a Mortal Kombat announcer guy.
Oh, that's fun. Okay.
How did you get your job? Like, how did you, like, producer is not a starting job. How did you work your way up in the business?
Well, so I'm not really a producer at this point.
Okay.
So I'm not really a producer. What I started doing, I think in 2012 was the first one. I started working with other artists and then making fan films for YouTube. So the first one was a Punisher fan film called Dirty Laundry. The second one, and that one was like kind of like more down the middle, played very straight. Thomas Jane, who played the Punisher in the Lionsgate Punisher film, he reprised his role in the short film.
Oh, that's cool.
Very, very cool. Very, fortunate and crazy that this was a thing that I got to do. Very, very lucky. The follow up to that was a Venom short film, but the idea was not to do it like completely straight. So it was done in the style of a black and white mock doc. It's an homage to a Belgian film called Man Bites Dog. And then there was like there was a Judge Ed one. I think the most notorious one ended up becoming like a hard R take on the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
A hard R take on the Power Rangers. That I have to process that. All right.
Okay.
Well, the logic there, the logic that I had going in, they're child soldiers effectively, right? If you look at the concept of the Power Rangers, they're a bunch of high school kids, and a dude shows up in a tube and says, hey, there are these bad aliens that are coming. I'm going to give you weapons so you can go fight them. That's Blood Diamond. It's kind of like, it's the same genesis.
Yeah,
so
child soldiers with really cool outfits, but that's about it.
Right. Yeah. So it was like, and so that was that. And, so I had the opportunity to work with really, really, really talented people on all these things. Right. So it's not, but it was like, so there's a great filmmaker named Phil Joannou who directed the Punisher one. Joe Lynch did the Venom one, and Joseph Kahn, who did the Power Rangers one, and there were others on top of that, right? There was a Mr. Rogers one, a James Bond one, a Pokemon one, but I think that ended up becoming this entry point where then companies and brands started coming to me and saying, well, what's your subversive take on this, or that. And that's really like, when we're talking about like my job, that's really what I do.
So you're more on the creative side of it, where you're not doing the scheduling like you said some producers might. You're more coming up with a novel way to tell these stories in a way that would be interesting for a large audience.
Yeah. And
right.
I, to the effect of like scheduling, like I if anyone were to trust me with scheduling on anything, that would be a bad idea. I can't, you know what I mean? Like,
well, of course, you're over there. You're thinking in cartoons.
It doesn't work. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Yeah. And like like English isn't even like my first language, right? So like, I'm not from America. It's just there's like too much. I'm like, no. Although I do a good American accent, I do.
You're doing it right now. Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I want to know about some of the. So how much did you have to do with the creation of all the like hero characters in Guardians of Justice? Was either like that a team effort, or did you kind of have all of this kind of set ready to go story when you were approached by people at Netflix?
So this one is my most personal project, right? What happened was around 2014, I got super depressed, like couldn't get out of bed. The world just felt gray. I was unhappy all the time.
I hear you, bro.
I couldn't even see reality. I didn't know what reality was, right? And it kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And I couldn't even put, and I feel like I'm better at communicating today because I've worked on it. But back then I just didn't even know how to like communicate. So I was just like walking around and felt like everyone hated me. It was just not a good place. Right. So eventually I go to a doctor, and the doctor's like, dude, this is like clinical depression. I need to put you on something called Zoloft, like right now. And I'm like, well, okay. So I take this Zoloft and I feel nothing for a few minutes. Then about an hour and change later, it felt like Wizard of Oz. Like all of a sudden, like colors started getting brighter, and like the cartoons started coming back, and like, all of a sudden, like it felt like the birds were singing again. I'm like, oh wow, like this is interesting.
Has it continued to help you since then? Like it, because I know some people will initially. Yeah,
that's a great question. I knew right away that like I needed to use this as a tool, but figure out what the root cause was, and not just like rely on this as a tool. And I can come back to that if that's something you guys are interested in hearing about. Sure. But as the medicines were kicking in, I started I'm a nerd, as you can tell. I'm doing nerdy things everywhere. If I flip the camera, there's more nerdy things. As a nerd, my mind immediately went to, well, what if I was Wolverine Wolverine can't get drunk because Wolverine's healing factor just metabolized the alcohol, so he can't have medicine. And then I went, no, that doesn't make sense because Wolverine's healing factor is also psychological, so Wolverine would effectively block out all the things that were bothering him. But then I immediately went to Superman. I said, well, fuck, what would happen if Superman was depressed? I mean, it's not like there's like an intergalactic pharmacy to help him, right? And I've also since learned one of the things that I've uncovered is I have hypersensitivity.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like an element of like agoraphobia going on, like lights feel very bright, like sounds bother, there's like I'm very, very, very hypersensitive, right? So I would feel a lot, feel everything, and that was contributing to the panic and the that.
Yeah.
And so now back to Guardians of Justice, as I was having the Superman thought, I went, okay, well, fuck. What happens if Superman's the one dealing with this? And then I went, okay, well, I'm going to write this. So, I'm going to spoil this for you guys just because why not? Right. And the show's already out, but the show actually opens with Superman, the Marvelous Man, they call him Marvelous Man in the show. It's Superman, addressing the TV, addressing the world and saying, I'm a prisoner in my own skin, which is exactly how I felt, right? Like I felt like a prisoner. I was like, what the fuck? He's like, I just hear too much. I feel too much. When I sleep and I wake up, people have died. And I feel it's my fault. Like I can't save everybody. And he's like, this is no way to live up my life. And he loads it's called Caltronite, but it's kryptonite, a Caltronite bullet into a gun. And he shoots himself on live TV.
What a way to go out. That's great.
So I read the
good luck, everyone.
When their seemingly fearless leader self-destructs, a team of troubled superheroes must confront festering evil in the world and in themselves. That must be the troubled leader.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
So
that's a very interesting.
Pretty fucking dark. I'm down though. I'm down.
All right. Adi, you've really sold me on this. I want to see it now. It's going to be my next show.
Yeah, looks very, very cool. I've never seen a superhero kill themselves before. I don't think, right? I'm sure there's stories of them like I'm gonna die in front of a train to save the baby carriage or whatever, but not just straight up like Green Lantern's so depressed he like goes into the sun or something.
I think one of the Watchmen shot himself, but other than that, I can't think of any. No.
I don't know.
So So this is again, it's a very personal story, right? It's I try to dramatize the feelings and the struggles and that, and then also, put in the cartoon hyper reality that I experience. And then I like kind of cool kung fu fight scenes. So I did like these, different fight scenes that were all inspired by different motifs and stuff.
It's really cool, and it's clear you went into this with like a very a vision. Like you said, it's very personal. Was it easy to get the people at Netflix to kind of agree with all of your vision, or was that an uphill battle getting them to see it the way you did?
It was not an uphill battle. It was shockingly easy. The challenge, though, was learning how to communicate what I was trying to do, both to myself and other people, right? Because again, when you watch the show, again, if you guys do, you'll see it transitions, because it's not like, one scene's in live action, the other scene's in claymation, then the scene's in cartoon. It all kind of happens together. And so, and there's like a logic and a thought process that's coming from me as to why this is happening, right? But then you then have to decode it and then translate it and then be like, okay, this is what we're doing, right? And
it's really cool. I've never seen a show set up like this with these wildly disparate versions of characters showing up. Very neat. It's like do you guys remember that show Netflix did? It wasn't very good, but it was like a choose your own adventure movie.
Oh, I refuse to watch those.
Bandersnatch, that's what it was. It was like such a cool novel thing to be like, I'm making decisions, but like the movie itself was bad. Like it didn't hold my attention at all. Like
didn't you have those books when you were a kid where it's like, hey, skip to page 67 if you want Arthur to go into the cave, 83 if you want him to climb up the ladder. And
I was always cheating. I would keep one finger on the original page just in case I died. I don't know who I thought I was hiding it from. There's no cheating in a book.
I'm just saying, I was introduced to that novel concept when I was like 7 at a Scholastic book fair. So,
but this is a movie. Like it is different.
We had I got a thing for Christmas when I was 4 that was a VHS tape where you could like fast forward to 7 minutes and 38 seconds if you want to go in the cave. Like, trust me, I've done this shit. Like they had a whole adventure built around VHS where you had to fast forward to certain parts.
I didn't have that.
That sounds terrible.
All right, you're right. It wasn't cool. It was stupid.
The books were better.
Yeah, but that would be neat if they could have a choose your own adventure movie. If they made a new one with a good plot, and it made you restart the film if you fuck up. There's no going back. There are dire, and it's like it's asking you like serious military questions, like storm the bunker or wait for reinforcements. Or it's like I don't know. Fuck! I can't beat this goddamn movie.
Netflix had.
Have you guys?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Woody.
Real quick. Netflix had to upgrade their technology. Like they couldn't do a choose your own adventure movie until Bandersnatch came along. So they made a big IT investment to create that. And now I'm like, I thought you were going to do more of it. They didn't.
Yeah, at least more than one thing.
You were saying, Eddie?
Well, yeah. Did you guys watch the last Scream movie, Scream 4?
No.
The one. No. So the guys who directed it, they started off on YouTube, and they were doing choose your own adventure short films on YouTube.
Oh, cool! I had no idea.
Because what they would do is it was very clever how they did it. They would, the video would end and there'd be like kind of like 3 or 4 or 5 options, and then when you clicked on it, it would activate another video.
Yeah,
T Martin used to do that. Are you guys familiar with that?
Yeah,
I remember that.
This was the greatest play ever. So here's how it worked. At the time, we were under a network, and that network paid us per view. So if you made a video and it did well, maybe it gets like 100,000, 200,000 views. Okay. Well, he had like a choose your own adventure series teaching people to play Call of Duty better. So it's like, hey, I just ran into these 4 guys. Which one do you kill first? Right. And typically you want to shoot the one in the back rather than notify everyone else will see it, stuff like that. And he'd let you click on the next video and the next video. And his video, well, it was maybe 3 times as much work, collectively would get 20 times as many views because it was a choose your own adventure style. It was a great business idea.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, anything like that. Anything to like, make each view another view, or at least point. If you make each view 0.4 views, across your little network of videos, whatever you got to do, chain them along and be like, hey, if you like this, you might have liked that. If you can get them in those related video slots.
Yeah,
I don't even know if that shit works anymore. But the choose your own adventure thing is really interesting. I just hate the concept as a viewer. That's your job. I feel like it's like that. It's like, did I just do your job for you? Like, I'm gonna pick the best plot idea. Like, no, you settle on one, and either it's good or it's bad.
I don't want a total overhaul in movies. Just maybe like another 1 or 2. If they make 3 more of these and they're all dog shit, just that's 3 enough.
More.
Give them 3 more.
What I always liked, with the advent of the DVDs and everything 20 years ago or so, whatever it's been, like the bonus features were excellent. I always wanted to see the alternate ending, and sometimes the alternate ending was more of a fan pleaser, like hey, I know you don't like that Will Smith had to die there at the end. How about we do one a little different where he wins? It's like, yeah, do that one. And you can literally do that.
The Lord of the Rings special features used to be awesome. Like, because everything was live action. You could see like when they're filming the cavalry charges, like how real it feels. It's really
That's
neat.
a whole nother level of special and bonus features. What they did with the Lord of the Rings trilogy, because we both got those huge box set things.
Yeah,
and
it was like 5 hours per movie of bonus footage.
I sat there and went through all of them. Because I wanted to see Andy Serkis explaining how he does what he does with all those little dots on his face.
And some of the clips on there were just stuff they don't put on movies anymore. It's like the Fellowship goes out to eat, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, it's just them at whatever the New Zealand version of TGI Fridays is. They're all hanging out there, and then Viggo Mortensen convinces them all that they should camp so that they feel like they're in the movie, and that's very neat.
Yeah, I like stuff like that. I always like special features, and whenever there's like a documentary about a movie that I like, I always watch it. There's a really good documentary about The Abyss and the making of that film and how extraordinarily difficult it was. Anything like that I enjoy. Yeah.
Which one's that?
It's a James Cameron movie about, well, I don't want to spoil it, but they're underwater, deep sea, underwater in a habitat. And there's sort of a nuclear war happening potentially above them, like sort of a Cold War scenario. And there's also some happenings in the deep. And a lot of good actors in that one. I like it a lot.
I've never made a movie, but I know one thing. Don't do it in the water. It's very hard. Very expensive. It hardly goes well.
Ed Harris nearly died. Because a couple things went wrong at the same time.
Sounds like a lack of commitment to the role.
He nearly drowned. It's on camera, too, in the documentary. It's wild.
So you're Adi. It took 6.5 years to make. How... It shocks me that someone had the patience and the funding to keep that afloat for that period of time. Was that hard? Did you have to every year be like, guys, trust me, it's going to be cool. How did you keep that afloat?
That's a great question. It was definitely emotionally challenging, right? Because I felt like people just being like, come on, dude, like really, it was like that. I was getting not haters. It's not like a hater thing. It's more of like, hey, are you sure you're not out of your mind? And I'm like, well, I'm a little out of my mind, but I can still get this across the finish line. I just don't want to abandon it, until I realized the vision. So it was hard. Now, but you use the word afloat, Woody?
Yeah.
The word afloat.
Because
right?
in my head, someone wants to pull the rug out from you along this way. You have to fight to keep it going, maybe.
So, no, that's true. And also, you're also fighting your own impulse of wanting to abandon things and be like, oh, fuck, because at the same time, right, I was coming off of, some successes in my past. So I had opportunities that I was turning down or not engaging with, or really didn't have the capacity to engage with because I was hyper focused on this. And it just felt like this was something I had to do and get out there. Otherwise, I couldn't move on with my life. But then, the word afloat is interesting because, here's where the expenses of productions go, right? Production is very expensive. The actual physical production is very, very expensive because there's a lot of people, the locations,
and artists are being employed, right?
Yeah, because it regardless of it being a small indie movie or a ginormous blockbuster movie, there's a lot of money being spent every second, every minute, and that's why sets are so big, right? Because you need an encase and encase that and encase that and encase, just systems in place, right? And then also the other very expensive part of production is the final part of post-production. So that's when the visual effects happen, the color correction, all that piece, right? So expense here. Sorry, I'm trying to match with the camera, but it's in reverse. So expense here. There was a long in-between period where me and a couple editors would just come in and be like, okay, so now it's cool. We have the raw materials with the live action piece. So there's a shot here. Now here's where it transitions into claymation. Here's where it transitions into cartoon, and that. So we really constructed the show here. Does that make sense? So here's the make a visual aid. So here is the production. Here is like the when you do the visual effects and the color and the animation and everything. In between was when it was like me and like a couple editors going in and being like building the framework of it using the live action footage, along with like, okay, well, so here's where we drop in an animation shot, and this is the style of it, and here's when we transition into that, and then so I'm saying that it wasn't like a ginormous cost burn here,
right? But it was long,
right? It was just long. It was long and very tedious and very tedious.
Decided in the middle, right? Because I would think if you were to make a show that before the first frame of footage is shot, you guys would know every frame that you need. And
okay, so absolutely, you're absolutely correct. It's not that the show was decided in the middle. I didn't have the full vocabulary over here to explain exactly how this intersects with that, right? And because there wasn't a reference, because there isn't a lot of stuff like this that's mixed media, it's more like I had to do it myself. Because I couldn't call someone up and say, hey, can you do this, and this, and this? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm curious. So you're a pretty young guy. How old are you?
I just turned 37.
Oh, you look younger than you are.
Yeah.
At what age are people best at this job? I'm thinking about it in my head, making an argument, right? Like you make a guy, 68 years old, and perhaps he's a little stuck in his ways, out of date, not in touch with the audience, and not hyper aware of like what can be done nowadays. Well, you make a guy 22 and he's just not experienced. He doesn't foresee the problems you bump into. Like he's just bad at his job because he's new at it. What age are people best at this?
I think it also depends in terms of genre, right? So when you look at like comedy, comedy is like a youngish person's game. Right. But then when you look at like sci-fi epics, like, I mean, Ridley Scott, who's a great filmmaker, did Alien, Gladiator, Blade Runner, House of Gucci was his last film out. Like, he's still doing it. He's still crushing. And Ridley Scott's ancient. He's literally ancient.
Probably doesn't like that description.
But it's like, I heard M. Night Shyamalan talking about this, and so I'm gonna reference what he said because I feel like it's accurate. M. Night Shyamalan was like super young when he made The Sixth Sense, right? So when you're young and you're a young artist, you are operating primarily based off of impulse, and you don't really know what you're doing, but you're feeling your way through it. And that's when the magic happens. That's really when you get like the real breakout, like, whoa, where the fuck did that come from? The breakout stuff, right? And then as artists mature, they start leaning more and more into the craft of it. So it's no longer like impulse. It's now you're leaning into the craft. So there's a filmmaker named Wes Anderson, who, his first movie, I believe, was called Bottle Rocket. And then he did Rushmore, Royal Tenenbaums, and now like Grand Budapest Hotel, Moonrise Kingdom. But if you look at his filmography, his vision gets more and more specific every time, right? The color palettes get more honed in, like the wardrobe and the fashion gets more and more Wes Anderson-y, right? So I don't think that there is a strike zone where people are best at the job. I think it really matters. It really comes down to like, what genre are we talking about? And what kind of material are we talking about within the genre? Like I feel like a movie like Saw, within the horror genre, a movie like Saw or Hostel could have only been made by a young person. Because you don't get like a 65-year-old dude who wants to make Saw or, hostile, right? But then like The Shining is another example for horror film, and that was Kubrick, and he was an older man at that point in his life. So it just comes down to what the material is and what tools you have available to you to tell that story. And I think as long as there's a passion there, and there's just a straight up passion to tell this story, I don't think age actually matters at all.
Well, yeah, or maybe instead of saying doesn't matter, that different ages bring different strengths.
Yeah, exactly. Age is a variable, but it is not a key defining a thing. Now, I will say, I will make one caveat to that.
Mm-hmm. So
on big blockbuster movies, like something like a Fast and Furious, where you're dealing with a lot of special effects, a lot of stunts, and a lot of personalities, right? Because those movies are filled of international household name types. It's probably better to get someone who with a lot of experience under their belt, because dealing with the stunts and just kind of the special effects, and also managing the personalities.
The gravitas helps manage personalities too. Yeah. Okay. Huh.
That's a great question, man.
Woody, you lost an interest in The Expanse a couple years ago, right?
I did. I don't know. Maybe it could be rekindled, but I did.
So The Expanse is based on those novels. I think there's 9 of them, and then there's roughly 7 to 9 novellas. I didn't like the season where they went through the ring and stayed on a planet for the entire season, because the charm of that show was sort of the rock hopping thing across the solar system for me, and so I didn't like that. I think that's a season that lost you, maybe. It's kind of sad though that it got canceled again. So they did this 6th season, and they only did 6 episodes, so it kind of sucked. They wrapped the story up, and there was because it's only 6 episodes, they're very action packed. But there's moments that are kind of jarring where you're like, wait, you didn't show her saying, okay, I'm going to go back and meet up with so-and-so. It's just 1 minute a character is, I don't know, on the asteroid belt, and then now they're on the moon. It's like, wait, how'd they get there? You cut, definitely there was a whole episode that, or at least a scene that got cut. But, it's kind of sucks. I watched it all last night. I was like, wait.
6 episodes in one night?
Yeah. Well, I started yesterday afternoon or something like that.
It takes a while to watch 6 episodes. They're all an hour long.
Roughly 6 hours, give or take. It's hard to calculate. But yeah, I don't know. It's a shame what they did with the show. But I do like all those characters, and you could tell the way they ended it. They were like, someone was like, well, what are we going to do now? And they were like, well, we could be security for some of these freighters out here running and gunning. We could start exploring planet. And it's clear they're like, well, I don't know, investors, what show would you like to see with us? They gave 3 potential spinoff show ideas at the end of the episode. The season finale, they're, what are we going to do now? They're all hugging. It's like,
literally the characters are like, I'm available for filming in January.
Who knows? Maybe some sort of little show where I'm a sheriff in a town. I could do that. What do you mean a show? And that's a wrap. Yeah, the end of it was like them being like, we'd like to work more. Kind of sucked. I really loved that show. For a couple seasons, it was just so excellent after it got bought by Amazon out of Sci-Fi.
Yeah. I second that. I love The Expanse. I think it's fabulous.
Yeah, it's I think I might start reading the books. Although one of the things I'm concerned with is I think I read online that if they had continued the show for, what I'm really upset about is them not fleshing out a full season 6. I didn't want a season 7, it seems, because if they go to season 7, I think there's a 20-year time jump forward. And I'm not interested in that. I kind of like that our characters are all these young, newly in love, hot shots, and the one guy's the tough guy, and he beats people up and shoots people in the face. And it's well, don't make him 20 years older. Come on. Like
so he's losing all his fights, but he doesn't.
You got like a cast of characters with like sex appeal and like they're young, spunky characters, and you're like, next season, 20 years older. You guys are gonna love it. Like, no, I would hate that. Oh no, we're gonna introduce you to like a bunch of new young characters. Don't do that. I don't know. I'm not interested in that. And Boba Fett was awful. I don't know if I've said that on this show or the other show. But
oh
Boba
no,
Fett,
you didn't. You were looking forward to that.
Oh my fucking god, Boba Fett was bad. It's so bad that they I heard somebody say they just hard pivot to a better show about 3 episodes in, and that's what they do. They're like, Boba Fett, nah, Mandalorian. They completely inject the Mandalorian into Boba Fett just to save it because it's 3 episodes of him like getting beaten up, getting pushed around, not wanting to kill people for some reason, being a pussy.
That's kind of his bread and butter as a bounty hunter, right?
And always, he's not a bounty hunter anymore. And he's always in his fucking back to tank, which is like this like hot water tub pod he gets in to heal up every time the show shoots him in the back. Like, so every episode they'll beat this old man up again, this chubby old man who's 5'7". They'll beat him up again, and then they'll throw him in the back to tank. And he's got like those green pig-faced men guarding him with actual like scimitar blades, like swords. They don't even have fucking guns. Like me and my cousin could take out Boba Fett. Like if that Asian chick,
they have like multi-tools to protect him.
Yeah, if that Asian girl who like is like the coolest assassin and a great character, I'd love to watch her show. Like just her show. She needs a show. If she's there, she smokes us. But if she's not there, me and my cousin like shoot the 2 pigmen with crossbows because like why go so OP to use a blaster because they got swords. We crossbow the pigmen, and then we just lock Boba Fett's like container and drown him or something. I guess we just turn the oxygen off. Someone comes to assassinate Boba Fett while he's in his like back to tank. He's literally in this pod of water with an O2 mask on, and this guy's an assassin. He's a Wookiee assassin, and his first move is to open the back to tank and let him out of the water. He was in some sort of David Copperfield fucking death trap already. If you turn the O2 off,
could you just put a rock on top of it or something?
You could just turn the oxygen off because he's just in there. He'd be like, "No, please turn it back on."
Oh, that's a terrible feature for the back to tank that someone can turn your oxygen off.
I wish it had ended with the Wookiee going, "No." And then that fucking Star Wars shit they think so slick.
Being a Wookiee also not an ideal race for an assassin because they're like 9 feet tall. They're not sneaky.
You hit that guy with a flamethrower, he's having a bad day.
Well, you hit anyone with a flamethrower.
Yeah, everyone has struggles with flamethrowers. Even the Mandalorian.
That's true.
Maybe some sort of lizard person might like it briefly.
A rock man. A rock man. Yeah, some sort of silicon based.
Jar Jar Binks is a swimmer. He might be okay.
What is with the so those pig face people?
The green
that's a slave class or something, right?
Well, seemingly, he's another one.
Because Jabba the Hutt had quite a few of them.
Yeah, they want to like jerk off the old fans and be like, look, we got the green pig-faced guys back. But at the same time, they're like, oh, by the way, this Tatooine place that was supposed to be so boring that Luke Skywalker would join the Empire to leave it. It's wild now. And it's just like this hub of excitement and like intergalactic discourse where like people are flying in and there's cool space Vespa cyber gangs. And it's just a real shit show. I can't wait for the Mandalorian to come back. That's actually a well-made show. I don't know who they pawned this off on. They keep saying that Jon Favreau is like part of this production, but it doesn't feel like it, or whoever is. I don't know. It's awful.
Sure, Mandalorian is not.
Well, like we were talking about earlier,
Mandalorian is wildly overrated, but it is still one of the better shows on TV. They act like it's the second coming of like early days of Game of Thrones sometimes, and what it really is like that fucking Baby Yoda is too goddamn cute not to love. I can't help it. I love that little fucking Muppet guy. Can't help it. He's cool as shit, dude. He did his little hand thing and stopped a big lizard from killing the Mandalorian again because they went back to that well and they caught me.
It wasn't a rhino this time.
Oh, it was bigger. It was that thing that Jabba kept underneath the Snarlack, or not a Snarlack. That's the big crazy thing. I can't think of what it's called. It's a big gigantic monster.
It wasn't the pit.
The Rancor.
The Rancor. Yeah, he fucking was it? Is it the Snarlack or Rancor? I get the two made up pieces of shit made up. Yeah. But he did the little thing where he's like, no, with his little 3 fingers, and the thing stops, and I'm over there tearing up. Like, yeah, he loves the Mandalorian.
A Snarlax is definitely from Star Wars. That's not what Alpha is.
It's it's a Snarlack, because I think it's the Snarlack pit that Jabba would throw you down.
Snorlax is a Pokemon.
The Snorlax is, but there's something like a Sarlax or a Snarlack. Now you fucked me up with the made-up. You mixed two made-up things, and it's jumbled in my head. Now I'll need a fucking rewatch.
I remember having like some empathy for the Rancor when I watched that, because it was like, you know, I didn't want the Luke to die, but it also was like, I don't see like a dish of food and water like this.
Exactly.
It's gonna die if it doesn't eat the people that Jabba tries to feed it. It's just
fans felt the same way. Fans felt the same way.
Really?
And these guys love to jerk off a fan. So they were like, how about if we have Danny Trejo? You know Danny Trejo, right?
Yeah,
you know,
knew him.
The scariest Mexican guy with Machete. Machete shows up with a baby Rancor or whatever. He's like, it's just a baby. Meanwhile, it's the size of a school bus. He's like, this is a gift for you. And he gifts him a baby Rancor, and they're just like loving up on it, and it's like swooning. So, and Boba Fett is like, I want to ride it. And they're like, what? Yeah, I want to ride it. We'll start today. And like that's when the show actually gets a little bit cool. That's the most but even that is like a throwback to the animated shit. There's like a Gigantosaurus thing that he wrote in the canon somehow that they're wanting to like throw back to some super nerds of the show, which I'm not. So knowing that.
We lose Addy in about 5 minutes. Has Netflix told you how well your thing's doing? How well your show's going? Do you have any numbers?
Nope.
Do you get them ever?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because
I don't really like, you know, I don't really care. So I'm not going to like really ask or anything, because it's like, to me, the gift was being able to make it.
Yeah. Or was it like, being able to show it to people? Is it important to you?
Yeah, go ahead, Kyle.
Is it more important that it just is done, that you have completed it, or that people see it? Which do you think is more important?
Definitely more important that it got done, because if it didn't get done and people saw it,
it would be terrible.
Yeah, then it would be like, wow, you suck.
I saw that thing you didn't make and I hated it.
Yeah.
Is it more important that you think it's good or that other people do?
Fair.
So, and again, I'm not trying to be difficult here, and I apologize if this comes across as being difficult. I'm just trying to be authentic. I don't think that there's something as good and bad. It's all completely subjective, and things that are like considered really bad at one time in history, then like years later are like looked at as masterpieces, and things that were masterpieces in their day are looked back and people are like, what the fuck were they all smoking? That's awful. And that's just kind of the nature of the beast. And I think when people watch things, they're bringing their own biases of their own life and their own experience in it. So, you know, it's like, it's like, I don't.
So we started as, is it more important that you think it's good or other people? Because that's a question I ask myself a lot.
I'm so sorry. It's just, it's not like good or bad. It's more like, is this like an expression of what I was trying to like do and get across? And did I achieve that? And it's a question of like effort, right? Like I remember in school, I was really good at some subjects and I wasn't at others. Hyper good at certain things, then like hyper bad at others.
Yeah.
And it then dawned on me, I think when I was like 14, I was like, the end result here doesn't matter. It's a question of how much effort I put in. Because if I just, it's an effort thing, because I'm like, if I'm not good at this thing and I put effort into it, that's worth more than the outcome. Because if it was just completely outcome derived, then I would literally just focus on the things that I'm good at. I want to like work every day to become a well-rounded like human being, a better artist, right? So so like even with this show, I spent a lot of time managing the production schedule, for instance. I didn't do it every day, but I spent a lot of time managing the production schedule, like thinking through that stuff, which is like stuff that I'm not good at, but but again, it was also like, I want to develop this because I can't just like lean on I'm not good at that. Well, okay, but if you work on it, you'll get better, and then this may not become part of your job, but at least with the knowledge of this, you get better at your core competency, right?
Yeah, I like where your head is there on the effort thing. Like it's never how I've been wired. Like I literally don't care how hard you tried. I only care how well you did. You know, when I measure a project, like don't come to me and say with your fucking macaroni drawing and say, I worked on this for 7 days. Yes, but it's crap. I know 5-year-olds who could do this. You know, like it doesn't matter to me that you tried hard at something that turned out terribly. I measure how good the product is. And on this show, I'm usually right. Usually when the show ends and I think it's good, it turns out to be good. But it doesn't matter what I think. I just care if the other people liked it. Sometimes I'm wrong. Sometimes I'm like, oh, that was kind of a dud. And it gets good reviews. And sometimes I'm ready to drop the mic and they're like, no, Woody, that actually sucked. But usually I line up with what the fans think. And I only care what the fans think.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, if we're having a good time, it's a good show. If I enjoy doing the show, then you'll enjoy watching the show, is what I found like 100% of the time. If I get done with the show and like I'm like almost a little sore from how much I've been laughing, and I'm like rubbing my cheeks, like I'm like, that was a really good show.
That totally makes sense. Woody, I want to just contribute one observation that just came to me in reference to what you said. So because I didn't grow up in any one country or any one civilization, right? So it's like India, Hong Kong, like Singapore, all these like different societies. There never seemed to be like a consensus in any one place. Or sorry, if there was a consensus, it was like isolated to that one society. But when you go to the next, there'd be just like a completely different set of rules and a completely different set of values and a completely different sense of like, oh, this is what we put on a pedestal and this is what we kind of look down at. And I think that's what ultimately shaped that perspective that I have.
Okay. That makes sense. Which one of those areas do you think impacted that the most? Singapore, or, you know, they must be a lot more effort driven, a combination of all of it.
No, it's the collective. It's the collective, right? It's the act of like being three, viewing the world one way, then going somewhere else where it's a different set of rules, then packing up, leaving everyone, going to a completely different civilization where everyone looks different, and then all of a sudden completely different set of rules, everyone dresses different, like what's cool is complete departure to what was cool here, and then doing it again and again and again, and then you realize like, yeah, like there's like a lack of the homogenous thing doesn't exist. And things that are a big deal in one place are just like not even blips in the other, right? Like,
yeah. What was the reason you were moving around so much? Was it a parent's job that you were constantly bouncing around?
Yeah, it was a parent's job. Yeah.
Okay.
And it was tough. It was tough. I moved to I gotta go, but I moved to America by myself when I was 16. Sorry, 15. Wow. When I was 15. Yeah. And
geez, that must be tough.
Yeah, and then it was very tough. And then 2 days later, 9/11 happened, and I was like,
that's some terrible timing.
Yeah. I was like, what the fuck? And I had nothing to do with the
9/11. You are a little brown skin.
Kyle, you're muted.
Guys, I want to thank you for having me on your show. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for the great questions. Also, it was also a lot of fun hearing you guys kind of banter back and forth. I can tell you guys are like brothers, and I got to be a part of your family for an hour and change, and thank you.
The new show is Guardians of Justice. It's on Netflix, and I just looked. It's on trending now, which is pretty cool.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
It is. Yes, that's awesome.
There we go. So everybody go check the show out. Yeah, thank you so much for coming on. You're a really cool, genuine guy. I hope you continue to have a lot of success.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right.
Good night.
Take care.
That was cool.
Yeah. I
was about to do ads. We're only an hour and 10 minutes in.
Yeah, I know. It just felt like two. Look, I like that guy. That guy seems like a nice fella. But whew, I can't imagine working for him.
Very genuine, sincere guy. I like him.
I bet he's not a great communicator, though. I feel like if he was trying to tell me what my job was today, he might tell me for 5 minutes and I'd be like, hey, could you run me through that one more time? And by the third time, I'd be like, he's going to fire me if I ask him once more. So I'm just going to pretend like I know what I'm doing with this clay guy.
I go both ways on the communication, right? Like there was one question where I asked him what a producer does, and I struggled to get details on like what he does, although eventually I did. And then there was another time when he was telling me about the sort of the thought process on how his show started, the depression and whatever. I was riveted. And so great communicator. Some might argue Elon Musk is a terrible communicator, but he can be riveting too.
Yeah.
So different styles of doing it.
You have to, like, looking at the trailer for his show, like, it's incredibly novel. Like it's like, like the disjointed feel of like some late night Adult Swim stuff.
Yeah.
Like there's some of that in there, and that's a compliment when I'm saying it, because I love that kind of weird disjointed.
I hate that
stuff.
I hope it's not quite like. I hope it's.
It's not going to be like that.
I'm going to watch it.
Superhero-ish.
I wish he hadn't spoiled the thing. He was.
I imagine that happens in the very beginning.
Yeah, they talk about the Superman part.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's like the opening premise of the show. Life without him.
No worries then.
Yeah,
no worries at all. I was worried that like maybe that's like how the show ends.
The very end.
No. Like, you know what? I'm not gonna save you. You're not worth saving. None of us are.
There's a little blurb where it's like the leader self-destructs and they have to live without him, and it's a show about that.
So there's a bit of breaking news. I linked you guys. Yeah. I don't know how accurate that is, but that
the Kanye
horrific. Stuff.
No,
not the Kanye stuff.
I know.
I know you know. The Russian army is the tweet from CNN UKR. They're the ones who let us in on the Bernie Gores incident earlier in the week, and they've got some more breaking news. No, I'm teasing. This is from like Breaking 911 like news outlet. Russian army is firing from all sides upon the largest nuclear power plant in Europe. Fire has already broken out. If it blows up, it'll be 10 times larger than Chernobyl. That's from the Ukrainian foreign minister. That doesn't sound good.
I can't tell what's happening in the video. Is this footage of the nuclear power plant?
That was so quick. Footage of... Can I say it again? It's the largest nuclear power plant in Europe.
Yeah,
it's already on fire. And it could be 10 times larger than Chernobyl. And it's happening as we say this. Good gosh.
At 7:49 p.m.
Hopefully that does not happen. That would be
Why would they fire
horrific
on a nuclear power plant? I mean, it's so hard to pronounce. It's terrible for podcasting.
Zaporizhzhia.
I was just struggling with nuclear.
Two syllables. New.
It's pronounced nuclear.
Clear.
That's literally. I hope it doesn't. I like take a pause. Like, it's a nuclear power plant.
What if it was a calculator powered by nuclear energy? Owned by the guy from Home Alone.
Yeah. That's a tough one. That's tough for anyone.
This is my kryptonite.
No, shit. I really hope that that's not happening. I hope that is some sort of joke or something, or that maybe like they're exaggerating about. But what the language here is, they're firing at it from all sides.
So is this in? I guess it's in Zaporizhzhia, not in Kiev. They're probably close by to each other.
I have no fucking idea where that is. It doesn't really matter. Somewhere in the Texas-sized nation of Ukraine, the Russians are shooting at a nuclear power plant, which is super duper concerning. I don't.
Oh,
okay.
This looks better than it did on my screen. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's not. It's not close to Kiev at all. It's on the southern side.
Oh god. Why they're shooting at it with like direct fire? I thought it would be like some sort of indirect fire where they were like maybe messing up. They're just shooting it.
So is that the building on fire? That bright bit at the end?
That's all I know to take from the video.
Be, right? Well, Jesus Christ.
Zach says missiles too. I mean, why would you try to take out a nuclear power plant?
That seems bad for everyone.
Words, yeah, like it.
Yeah, if I was like gonna break into your house with the purpose of stealing it, I'm not fucking it up. I'm not like, fuck your countertops. I'm like, no, don't. Those are my countertops now, bitch. Like, shine that up.
Now your TV's busted. Well, darn.
Fuck.
It seems like there's easier ways to turn the power off than blowing up the plant, and it seems like you wouldn't want a nuclear disaster to the east of you when you're in Europe. Both those things seem like real bad things. It seems like true. I'm hoping it's not true. I was looking at the financial sanctions on Russia today. I wrote some of the stuff I heard down. So I guess that just being cut off from New York alone is just a crippling thing for Russia. They said that the currency exchange in New York City, they turn over $15 to $17 trillion every day. And JP Morgan alone moves 5 to 7 trillion a day around the world, and they're just cut off from that completely. I saw that Apple isn't going to sell products there anymore. Nike stores are closed.
That sucks.
IKEA shut their doors today. Like there was a mad dash for IKEA.
Now that one's not nearly as big of a deal.
You say that until you need a cheap desk. God damn it!
It's garbage. It's terrible stuff.
Yeah, but if you're disputing on a
IKEA furniture doesn't survive a move. I promise you. Every time, wobbly.
Yeah. Anytime you see a TV show and there's a pratfall onto furniture, it's IKEA, and they put it together.
Is a pratfall a word? That's what it's called when you land on furniture and it breaks.
I think that's just the term for like a comedic, like intentional fall, like those old timey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like running on a banana.
Yeah, exactly.
No, the financial sanctions actually seem to be working this time because they've just hit so many sectors, and like so many companies are like, yeah, the cool thing to do is to back Ukraine and fuck Russia, right? That's the cool thing. There's going to be like a Nike shirt.
Donald Trump is not backing Russia anymore. Donald Trump
no one is
backed off his comments praising Putin. So Trump praised Putin, said he was savvy and clever, and that who cared about the sanctions? They're going to cost him $2. He gets a whole country. It's a great deal. And then they're like, dude, you can't say that. And he doubled down. And now he's like, he's saying this is basically the Holocaust and that he's not on board with the Ukraine or with Russia anymore.
It was really sad. I saw when Zelensky heard the news that the Russians had blown up the Holocaust memorial.
Yes.
And he was like, I don't know the name of it, but he said the name of it. He was like, the Holocaust memorial? Yeah. The Holocaust memorial? Yeah. Well, I guess that's about right. Yeah.
He's like, that's Russia. Yeah. I think
is that adds up. Makes sense. Okay, fair.
They targeted it, or it got blown up.
What's the difference?
Oh well, like the end result would be the same. It would just. I was curious if they're like,
do you measure the effort and the quality of the destruction?
Yeah,
like which makes you madder at Russia, that they intentionally shot your Holocaust memorial,
that
or that while they were shelling you indiscriminately, they also hit your Holocaust.
Yeah,
memorial.
Taylor, we were trying to kill your civilians. We accidentally got your Holocaust museum.
See, that's so much worse.
Can you imagine if Putin said that? Like, he's like, well, we do want to apologize for bombing that Holocaust memorial. There was an orphanage right across the street. We were aimed right at it.
We had reason to believe they could grow up and become soldiers.
One day, those Ukrainians would have risen against me. Yeah, it's a wild fucking situation, and I don't know what to think. I keep hearing not just like pundits or talking heads talk about Putin's condition or his potential like medical condition, but the French president, saw him like a month or two ago. He was across one of those crazy long tables, which is bizarre. It's almost like he doesn't want you to get too good of a look at him, or like maybe he doesn't want you to get too close to him because of like some sort of immunodeficiency. Maybe like what if like I'm just like I'm making this up. I'm making this up as I sit here.
Social distancing with a 31-foot table.
What if he's got one of those cancers where they have to like nuke your bone marrow or something and he's so compromised that's why he's at the end of 30-foot long tables, because it's not a good look. It's a weird look.
Maybe it's bad to have the leader of your nation about to die.
I think that's what I'm suggesting.
Yes.
Like maybe this is a guy who's like about to die, who's trying to like put a stamp on like his legacy, and he's
maybe
trying to.
We're lucky that Biden and Trump didn't take over Mexico.
Oh no, that would have been for the better. The Mexicans would have greeted us with flowers. They would have had sangria.
It did seem nice. I was
yes, those children. They'd have been. You'd have paid those.
Your wing for you.
They'd have packed your fucking. Whatever.
$2.
They'd shoot down our jet fighters and then pack their parachute and send them back home.
Yeah,
for
good deal.
20 dineros. Would have paid for the wall.
That's true.
It seems like Ukraine is doing a very good job of defending themselves, based on the news and everything. But then, like,
how current are you, Taylor? Because I'm seeing that, like, they just took over a major city. That major city is a problem. It gives them an in to start taking over other parts of Ukraine, and that the shelling, like, they were doing a good job defending themselves before Russia started trying. Now they're trying, and it's not going as well. But what do I know?
I didn't have this Grima perspective on.
I have his propaganda to go by. I listen to propaganda from the left and the right and try to extract the truth.
It is funny doing that, where I'm like, maybe if I take the average of the propagandas, I can figure out what's going on.
My take on it is that it's going to last a very long time.
It very well could.
I think Zelensky is going to inevitably die, which is only going to harden the resistance and the help that's gonna come. Putin's gonna mess up and make this guy a martyr. That's gonna be a big mistake. I think it's gonna go on for a very long time, like months or years. And I also think that they are gonna exact a terrible toll on the Russians in manpower and material, because we are happy to keep shipping them a few $100 million worth of javelins every few months if it means that the Russians lose a piece of armor for every one we send. The French just no, it was the Germans. The Germans were like, we're going to send you some rockets. And they were like, when and how many? Like, we've got to see what we have. The German military is so under-equipped, apparently, that when they went to look for it was either the anti-air rockets. I think it's the anti-air rockets. All they could find, they were from when Germany was in two, when there was Eastern and Western Germany, and they found Western Germany rockets. They are Soviet-made, like, anti-aircraft rockets. They had 2,700 of them, and they sent them all.
Jesus Christ. That's not a very tight ship they're running with the German military. If they are like, let me check the warehouse on what we've had. Oh, we've had these for 33 years.
They've backtracked on giving the MiGs to the Ukrainians because, like I pointed out on either the Hangout or PKN, I was like, wait a minute. They said the EU was going to give planes. The EU is a financial thing, an economic bloc. The EU doesn't have planes. NATO has planes. And they were trying to do some shenanigans where, like, hey, NATO will give you a few planes, the EU. Who knows what you do with them? Well, you're not going to fly them, are you? Of course not. You don't fly planes.
Like a loophole.
You do money stuff. So maybe for $1, Ukraine gets it. And they're like, we're not doing this weird thing you want us to do where our economic thing gives planes to Ukraine. Give them the planes, sell them the planes, leave them on the border. Maybe somebody picks them up, but we're not involved. And so now the planes are where they started at. You know,
I struggle so much getting accurate. I was watching Fox News today. Apparently, SWIFT has stopped working with 5 of the 36 Russian banks, and it's completely ineffective. On the other hand, the Russian stock market is down like 40%. The ruble's down 40%.
Whoa. I saw. We don't know what the stock market's down. We don't. I saw some investment. I was on an investment advice subreddit. You know how those guys are. And they were like, hey, guys, do not buy the dip in these Russian companies that are sold on the British market. These companies aren't going to 1%. They're going to 0. They're going to 0. He's like, buy low, sell high. That's what we do here. You're going to buy low, and then it's going to go to 0. There is no selling this again because no one can buy it, and no one would buy it. Don't buy.
So that you're what you're referring to is the stock market's not open yet. I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
What I saw was that it was down 40%. I don't know how they arrived at that.
Made it up.
That right? All I do is listen to propaganda. Yeah. I don't know how you listen to what other news is there.
Here's what I've been doing. I'm sorry.
The ruble itself is down a ton too, so it's working, right? These sanctions are working, but they say that they're not. And I just struggle so hard to understand what's what. The Ukrainian soldiers are constantly showing us their captured Russians who are like, "I'm so sorry. I thought I was here on a training exercise. I didn't mean to do this. I regret this."
Look, I believe every bit of that because those are Twitter videos. I'm seeing like, I think my handle just fell off my chair. Sorry. I'm seeing like, or something in my pocket. I'm seeing like Twitter videos and Reddit clips from like Ukrainian soldier Redditors who are like, here's some fucking Ruskies I caught. Let's see what they had to say. And it's not like they're at the Ministry of Propaganda and someone's like, now you tell them the story that we told you to tell. We're out in like woods and streets and fields. Sometimes we're in front of brick buildings. They're all saying the same thing. And like no one out.
If it was untrue propaganda, it would be in a fancy building.
The only person who is saying that look, I said this the other day to you guys. Not everything is a psyop, and if you start questioning everything, like you can't. You
have you noticed the skies are always gray? I think all this footage came from the same day.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, or maybe Eastern Europe is a shit tier place to live, and it's always fucking great. And if they had some sunshine, if those Slavs had some fucking sunshine, they wouldn't be blowing each other up left and right. Maybe, although explain the Middle East.
They have tons of sunshine.
So much sunshine.
Their outfits prevent them from getting vitamin D.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is, but no, I don't think that that's propaganda in the slightest. I think that those Russian troops were sent out there. Like that's what Russia's always done. They've sent their conscripts first to do recon, evaluation, and hey, if you make it, fucking, we got medals up the wazoo for you, Vasily.
I don't think what Woody and I was thinking about it is that like that those videos are fake or anything. It's just like, how do we know how reminiscent of the situation that video is? You know, like if that video is being promulgated to tens of millions of people and it's one incident, it can very easily make people think, oh, the Ukrainians are kicking ass, they're dominating. But if that's not the norm and it's like a picked video, you know what I mean? Like it's hard to know.
That's part of. Let me jump in. Yeah. That's part of what I was saying, Taylor. The other half of it is these are captured soldiers. If you captured any one of us and had 20 angry people pointing a gun at us, blaming us for the death of their little sister, and they were like, "Say fuck Biden," that's what I'm about to say.
Absolutely, right? But that's not all they're saying. Look, like I take that. I'm like, hey, they made him say a funny thing. When I see those. Like no one sees that and thinks that this soldier has changed his mind and now thinks their leader is a shithead. That's not the purpose of that video.
Yeah,
that's about humiliating that Russian soldier. The best video I've seen. These guys are in like a truck with a rear seat, and they have picked up a fucking Russian, and they got him in the back seat center. He is surrounded by 4 Ukrainians, and they're driving him along, and they're like, "Say glory to Ukraine," and he's like, he doesn't want to say it. He's like, "Say it. You say it or I really will pull over this time." And that suggests 2 different things. One, pulling over and letting this Russian out would be bad for him. He don't
want them to pull over.
Number 2, this is not the first time they've threatened to pull over and put him out. and like, I love every second of it because it's civilians. It's not like some like mean Russian, Ukrainian commando Nazis have caught this guy. Some farmers caught this guy. And like it's just like they're like some good old boys from around here. The Ukraine, for those who don't know, like especially like the southeastern part that they attacked first, is like farmland. It's the breadbasket of Europe. It's their Kansas and whatever else is next to Kansas. I don't even know, and I live here.
I don't think anyone knows that.
So there's lots of farmers, and there's lots of like farmers and like good old boy Ukrainians.
There are other states that start with K. Maybe Kentucky's near it.
Ukraine let its citizens know today that any Russian equipment or material that they capture they do not have to declare as personal income. He's like, that's yours. Keep in mind that a T-72 operational tank has to be worth $1 million. It has to.
Ask, what are these farmers? I'm on Reddit watching video after video of various tractors stealing like heavy machinery that used to be Russian.
Yeah,
I guess it's still Russian in origin, but it's Ukrainian now.
Yeah,
and so I don't play any of those. I don't play any of those like tank games, and I don't care. Like I know. So I don't recognize.
Friend, where do I resell a tank?
I don't know.
I would know if like I know people who do that and like move them across like international lines and stuff. Like I know those people. It's difficult, but it's easier than you think if you've got money, and they do, and that's what they do. Like those guys that collect tanks and stuff out there in Texas. But anyway, they're capturing not just like old shitty tanks and trucks and stuff, because that's what I thought initially, or maybe some of those like sort of troop carrying APC type vehicles that have tracks. I don't know what they are, BRDMs or something. No, I saw them capture the Russians' most advanced anti-aircraft platform. It's like a tank with this huge pod of like rockets on top, and it's not the Grad launcher that they use to bombard cities. It's this like sophisticated thing that they would use to try to shoot down.
Is that the picture of it? Like, it didn't look that stuck in the mud.
A lot of it. So again, now this
they
is
still ditched it.
So the things that I take salted are when I hear that Russians are sabotaging their own equipment so that they can say they broke down and walk back. Like, maybe that's not true, although I would.
I've heard that Russians are puncturing their own fuel tanks, and then like their tank or whatever. I don't know how you puncture a tank's fuel tank. I'd hope it's armored, but they're puncturing their own fuel tanks. Now their thing is stuck. Now they don't have to go into Kiev and die. They can sort of honorably walk back to Russia or something.
Many are,
and
I would give that a go.
And not only does it disable that piece of equipment, but it creates a fuel shortage problem, which is a problem already.
Yeah. Here's what I want to know, and I think if there is a way to do this, someone should like let people know or start facilitating it. There is a lot of people who would sign up to go over there and fight if there were a way for them to do so legally. I saw some footage from the Polish border, and this guy was like dressed like a scav from Tarkov, and they're like, "Where are you going?" He said, "Glory to Ukraine! I will say no more!" And he like kept heading toward Ukraine.
What a lunatic!
All he had was one black bag.
Naked. I'm just starting out.
He had one black bag and like wearing all black, and then he was like 45 years old. Glory to Ukraine! I will say no more.
Did you hear Zelensky like inviting people to do that? So I heard it from him. Well, it was on the internet. I mean, we weren't talking or anything, but Zelensky told me that I could come to Ukraine and don't even bring a gun. He will give me the weapons and the things that I need. Just give him manpower.
Yeah, hard pass on that. I'm not going to go fight in Ukraine. What are you, insane? Like, fuck no.
What if
it looks like fun?
It does not sound like fun. It's not a video game. It's real.
Fun for a little bit, until it hurts.
You just dude, I guarantee like the 3 dozen Americans who end up there, like, don't even consider cardio until they are like, they're looking at like, wait, it's miles that way. I'm going home. Like,
it's the United States Gravy Meal Team 6 who just signs up.
Meal Team 6, I like that.
But wants to go fight.
But what if I record it?
Then,
well, wait, is your footage that much more special? I mean, I know that you're FPSRussia, but there's a lot of footage coming out. Yeah. Who would you fight for?
I would fight for Ukraine. Are you insane?
That's not really
no,
in character.
I'm not. One, you are FPSRussia.
We would have to fix that. That's an easy fix.
We have captured Ukrainian named Kyle Myers. Oh, look how perfect his American accent is. You don't fool us. Take another finger, Ivan. Take another finger. Send to Putin.
That implies 2 things. 1, they're taking a finger. 2, they've taken a finger already. We know that's death for Kyle.
I'm from Georgia. Well, close enough.
We will come to your country soon enough. They are
tortured in the back.
No, look at them. They look like fucking scabs. They got their fucking Adidas track suits on.
Wait, are those guns made of cardboard?
Well, the one on the right has a cardboard gun, but ignore that.
No, the one on the left does too.
They both have cardboard guns?
Why do they have cardboard guns?
I'm concerned that
Fox
the guns...
News is the worst.
That's not gonna help them in fighting at all.
Those guys had cardboard guns.
That's the absolute worst thing you could take to battle. Make yourself a target, and it's a cardboard. Although,
hear me out. If you could do some sort of like, if you got caught with your cardboard AK, if you like transitioned in some sort of mime work, some sort of Charlie Chaplin type bit where you were like, hoo, 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 and like spit, like walking around with the gun, like maybe you're gonna
Mr. Magoo your way out of being a prisoner.
They're taking me prisoner, but they'll treat me well because I make them laugh. They'll be like, do the thing.
Dude, I love that. Like in your version of going over there, before you even get over there, before you get captured, you're already prepping yourself with Stockholm syndrome for your Russian capturers. But I'll be funny. They'll like me. I'll be popular with the Russians.
As soon as they get me, I've got lies already to tell. I'm like I'm an American that plays a Russian that was fighting against Ukrainians. Okay, it's very simple, sir. I think we're losing a little bit in translation right now.
I'm already lost.
Does anyone have an iPhone with YouTube? It'll help tremendously. I promise.
Apple no longer sells here.
No,
that was my Russian accent. God is bad.
I think if I could show some Russian soldiers like a couple of videos, they'd be pretty chill with me.
Which one would you show them to endear yourself to them?
AA-12, I think everyone seems to like that. But anything with a tank, hey, if it's show them the tank stuff because I think
what's your most viewed video? Is it the AA-12 one?
Probably so.
Oh, there was a COD one that did really well too with the drone, maybe.
Yeah, I think I don't think it got too many. Like maybe 10,
maybe I'm wrong.
10 or 15 or something like that. Like to me, like a lot is like if a video hits like 50. Like I think it's kind of like, oh, that video is just going to grow forever. I think once it hits 50, like as long as it's something that's somewhat pertinent. But I don't know. I don't think. Yeah, from the A12 video, get out of a tight spot, or maybe some highlights. Maybe be dodging the door. I don't know. Whatever would get me out of that spot. But no, I don't think I want to. I'd
definitely show them the dog collar video.
Oh. Do it. They'd be like, do it again.
I would.
This is the dog collar guy. Wait, no, that's not what I was suggesting at all.
Dude, I have had people like bust my chops on that in real life. Like, dude, you've humiliated yourself. And it's like, well, you have a real job, so fuck you. What, you wouldn't trade? Yeah.
I made several $1,000s goofing around with a dog collar. What?
Right? Yeah.
Wage slave. Just drop that on him. Let him know
call him a wagey.
Wagey? Ooh, that's got some cringe attached. I don't call him by a wagey. What was the other thing?
Drop the hard R, make them wagers.
What was that awful cringe shit you texted me the other day?
Oh fuck, I don't remember the meme.
Something was goated.
Oh yeah, dude, it was so stupid. Like Zoomers, like I feel like their sense of humor is so disjointed.
And the viewers are lost right now. What happened?
Like I cannot remember the joke from the video, but it was like a badly edited clip of like Tucker talking to a fake version of Trump about like a guy, like just a stupid joke.
Was like goated with some kind of blood, like
goated with the sauce. That's what it was. I don't remember any of the other lines, but yes, that was goated with the sauce. That's right. Like you see like these memes and like almost communities like through that Twitter post. I like did that thing where like you find some guy's account and you're like, this is okay. If I go like 3 layers from this, I'm in like a weird place of users and accounts. And like some of the humor, like there's not even punchlines. It's like almost Sam Hyde-ish or Tim and Eric-y. Well, like, except that Tim and Eric-y like style humor felt like it used to be like not as mainstream. And now it seems like maybe that's just because, if you go online, you're going to get your confirmations confirmed or your biases confirmed to you of what you think. If you go to a bunch of weird meme accounts, you're going to see weird memes. But
I saw saw this video on the ByeByeJob subreddit. Very good subreddit. You familiar with it?
ByeByeJob?
Yeah, it's like ByeByeJob. It's people fucking up, losing their jobs deservedly. Saw one where a teacher like chases a kid out in the hallway because he's been acting up. Kid storms out of class. Teacher looks like he's like 50, a gray-haired guy, maybe older. He slaps the shit out of this kid in the head. It's all on camera. Kid pulls a fucking like he's got a future in the UFC because as soon as he saw a witness, bow, hit the floor. Dude slapped him in the head and he was like, ow. And then a witness appeared and he went, and he was down. And the guy was like, wait, but no. And the kid never moves. The kid's fine. Like, don't get me wrong. This grown man slapped the shit out of a kid, but that kid knew what to do. He fucking took the fall. Now there's witnesses. Now everybody's gathering around. They're pulling that footage. And the guy does that thing where he walks away. He doubles back and goes, but, and then he just finishes walking away because he knows it's over. There's nothing he can do. He slapped the kid. The kid's down.
So this sheriff's officer, I'm pretty sure it's Texas.
That's where I was going. Please tell me.
You do this next one. They don't show it all, but apparently he apprehended a drug dealer who was selling marijuana vape pens, and he put the vape pen to his lips to confirm that it was marijuana, or he licked it maybe.
By the way, bullshit. He can't taste the difference.
Yeah.
Okay. In any case, a few minutes later, he flat out took some hits off of it.
Yeah, and big hits. He's
guilty of tampering with evidence, but like totally got high on the job.
I don't know if this is. I don't know if it's weed, man.
Like, here's what he did. Like, he takes a little hit, and his lie is, I wanted to taste it to see if it really was marijuana. You cannot taste the difference between like anything in a vape pen. Anything could taste like anything, literally. They could just add flavors, terpenes. They could make something that's like nicotine taste like weed if they want to. They can do anything they want. So it's just like cupcakes. Like get out of here with that shit.
Yeah.
So he takes a little bitty hit, and you can see he's like, fuck, that's some good shit. And then he like drives off somewhere and pulls over, and he's
just chiefing it.
He's hitting it hard. He's doubling up on him.
Getting high on something right now?
Yeah, I am. Yeah. This is THCO. This is actually stronger than marijuana. I'm like 60% sure on that now. I'm gonna keep running my tests. I think,
dude, I can tell it's stronger than like Delta 8 for sure, because there was literally a line where like when you were doing the Delta 8 and everything, you'd be like, still pretty much there and everything. Like, you're like, oh, this isn't strong enough. But like, you started ripping the THCO for the first time like a couple months ago, and I swear to God, in the middle of an episode, you were like, and then also, what am I talking about? What's happening?
No, I do that.
And it's like, you were just like in the middle of a sentence, and it's gone. It's gone. Just
that's what is this new thing you've discovered? Tell me about this.
So I like to do
a fancy little notebook.
Let me cough. So I do like to do the show high. I think I'm funnier, and I have a better time. But it is hard to keep my thoughts straight. So with my notebook here, I can keep my thoughts straight, and I can remember my stoned ideas as well. So I've been doing that.
Nice.
Yeah, it just started though. Just started yesterday, so I'm gonna.
So you got to build up over time, get some good ideas, because when you write down, I used to keep a notepad in my phone. And like, if I would be like really stoned, or not even if I was stoned, just like sober walking around, if I had a really funny idea or something that made me laugh thinking about, I would put it in there. But there would be times I blazed out of my mind, and I think I'm like coming up with gold. Like I'm like excited when I wake up the next morning, like, oh my God, those were good bits. And then you look at it, and it's like, what if dogs had cell phones? And it's like, well, it's like, this is terrible. There's no endpoint to talk about this. Why did I think this was so funny last night?
I've definitely done that before. I'm not necessarily looking to like keep my stoned ideas as much as I am just keep track of little things I think of that are good to talk about on here. And once I'm talking about them, I've still got it in front of me. So even if I lose my train of thought, I'm like, yeah, we're talking about the Expanse here. Because it's easy. It can slip away from me, like, I don't know. It's like hanging on to sand sometimes.
Should I smoke a little less THCO? No, I should have a thought journal so I don't forget what I'm thinking about.
I ordered 60 grams of THCO yesterday. It's $3 a gram. Okay, this is $24 a gram. This is an incredible. Like, one of these lasts me like 3 days or something, mostly because I smoke two of them simultaneously. So that means one of these lasts for a day and a half. So like a gram every day and a half or something like that. But
is that disposable?
Yeah, these are, but because I just find that easier because these the things wear out so fast that it, but I'm just going to buy a jar of the shit for $3.
Are you going to get a vape that you pour it into?
Yeah, I'm gonna just either refill my own pods or use something that's standalone. I haven't decided yet, but it was so goddamn cheap that it was just like, and I ordered so much of it that like you can order 1 gram of it, right? And they're like, yeah, we'll give you this little syringe of it, but I slid it all the way to 60 grams, and they were like, this order comes in a jar. And I was like, fuck yeah, give me the jar. Let's go.
What 60 grams looks like.
60 gram is going to look like, I don't have any containers around me. I've actually been cleaner lately.
It's not going to be peanut butter or anything like a jar that size.
No, it's going to be
raspberry. What is the jelly called that comes in some like jam? Maybe, I don't know. The little bar. I'm not sure. 60 grams, 2.1 ounces. I
think that's like a little cosmetic jar, like this big around and like maybe like that tall. Like it's a little like medicine bottle. And
for
not
a moment, I imagined like a smaller peanut butter jar, and I'm like, there'll be a lot of waste. I'm gonna be slicing that thing open, licking the sides, whatever it takes.
Yeah, I don't know. That's gonna because I don't know. We'll see how that is. But yeah, I do like smoking this stuff. I'm glad that I found like a legal alternative to weed. We'll see how long it stays legal. It surprised me that that all the various different kinds of hemp have stayed legal. These Delta 8, and there's so many different ones. I went to 3Chi last night. That's where I got that deal, if anybody's curious. And the number 3 and CHI.com. And it's a well-known, it's one of the more reputable companies, I think. It can be overpriced, but they're running a sale. But need a journal for this thought. Goddamn. Taylor pulled me off and made me spell. that activates a whole different side of my brain. I can't tell a story and spell at the same time.
No, you shouldn't be expected to. Professional podcast host.
Oh yeah, I don't know how long it's going to stay. I don't know how long it's going to stay legal. I'm surprised it has for this long. I think there's a lot of because there's storefronts everywhere that sell the stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, I imagine like that stuff because all of these places they sell kratom too. Yeah, I've never tried that, but from what I've
kratom?
Found, so it's this, it's this powdery thing, like substance that you drink in teas, and they like they come in big bags. You like see them behind the counter when you buy like the weed vapes and stuff, but. Apparently, like I was looking online because a lot of people are saying like, oh, it's like just a good little relaxing thing. I found like a whole community of people one day, like trying to get off this stuff, like addicted as shit to it. And they were like, this is horrible. Like I have to dose myself 4 times a day, or I get like world crashing around me, anxiety and fear and like soreness in my body. And
why haven't you tried it yet? This sounds great.
It sounds scary. I don't want to.
It's so cheap.
Yeah,
it's like a green powder. Is that it?
That's the one that it's a green dragon, green manga, something like that. That's like there's like 3 crates of it.
My gas station is sketchy as fuck. Like today, I just stood there and tried to take in everything. I want to ask questions though. I want to be like, what's that? What's that? Because there's so many things that I've never seen before. Like of course they've got the weaponry and like the bongs and like pipes and stuff, and they've got fake urine, and they've got like drinks you drink to get drugs out of your system. They've got marijuana.
They got the fake kits. Pepsi bottles and the fake Pringles cans.
All the stash cans and bottles that look like real shit, but you're gonna hide drugs in or whatever. And then like a ton of nicotine vapes. But then like literally touching the nicotine vapes or things like kratom or like maybe salvia or something.
Oh,
and
fuck.
like all these weird Asian remedy teas that come in funky little bottles that look like they belong in an old apothecary. And like just so many Delta 8 vapes and Delta gummies, and then THCO vapes and gummies and like various different kinds. And then like just every tobacco product you can imagine. They've got the old bars of tobacco that you have to cut a chunk off with a blade and like throw in. Like
that's gross.
It's pretty wild looking. It's like a compressed bar of tobacco.
You ever tried it?
Fuck no. I get dizzy with Copenhagen. I can't chaw down. And then I don't even know what some of that stuff is though, is my point. Like there's bags of powders and there's like bags of like herbs and teas and stuff back there. Literally. It's like, and the girls there seem to like me a lot, so I need to stick around and ask more questions.
You should endear yourself. You'll get special deals, maybe.
Yeah,
special deals like
I already do.
Pussy in the back room.
I literally do get if I'm buying something, they'll be like, put in this code over here and then that, and you'll get $2 off. And I'm like, okay, no one's ever told me there was a code over here I could press, but all right. Like they'll give me like discount codes that like I didn't know existed in the machine. They definitely into me, are into me, because they also one morning we've been partying all night and I wanted some more beer, And I went in there at like 6 a.m. for more beer.
Prime beer hour, yeah.
And I was like, they're not going to sell me beer. They just opened. And she was like, I'm not supposed to sell you beer. Here you go. She said, you're my favorite customer. And I was a little bit like out of it when I was leaving. But I was like, when I was in the car heading back home, and I was like, did she just say I was her favorite customer? I should have said something. Honor. I should have said something after that. Like that was some sort of clear opening because her husband's not around, early in the morning. I love Woody's reaction. I'm just teasing.
I didn't like that either. You were going to turn your wonderful relationship with the weed store lady into a debaucherous.
Yeah, I built it up into something nice, and then I pulled the rug out. That was a little. No, she's
solid
not married.
Yeah, she sounds like she definitely wants some attention from you, which is good. Favorite customer. That means that you're in there, you're spending a good deal of money, you're being polite, you're being quick. I sincerely doubt you're ever buying 7 $1 scratchers and making everyone wait as you make a mess on the counter.
No, I walk in there.
Those people should be in jail.
I go in there on my way. I go in there on the way to the gym sometimes if I need to grab like a Gatorade or something. So I'm usually in there in like a tank top or something, and all sweaty, just looking my best, glistening.
Mm-hmm.
You know. I crank out a few burpees while I'm waiting in line too.
Just hands covered in dirty gas station gunk at the end.
That's like chalk to me. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for the gym.
Is that a little spilled Mountain Dew? Let me tap that.
As a kid, we would walk around barefoot everywhere. Me in particular, I was kind of a wild kid. Like at 3 or 4 or 5 years old, like I refused clothes a lot, and so like mom would take us to the grocery store to do the shopping, and I wouldn't wear shoes, and so I'm running around a grocery store barefooted. Have you ever done that before as a child?
Probably.
Well, I've never run around the grocery. I was raised in a first world state.
Yeah, the answer is no from both of you because you didn't immediately say, yes, my feet turned black as coal for a week. because the reality of a grocery store floor is, while it looks perfectly clean, those rubber wheels on the carts are circling that place nonstop. And they're leaving this really fine powder that is black, hardened rubber. And so, like, you walk around there for 10 minutes barefoot, and your feet turn black as coal. I can still remember being a kid and, like, getting home and being like, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Look how dirty my feet are.
Yeah,
awesome.
I would literally I'd be like, look how dirty my feet are.
And they're like, there's something wrong with our boy.
They're like, wash those.
No, it's cool.
Nah, I'm gonna kick stuff.
I just planted them and pretended to like walk up your wall in your bedroom with my dirty ass feet.
I would do that. We had a hallway where like 4-year-old me could span the gap and spider up the wall. Because at 4, your like strength to weight ratio is still about that of a monkey, and you can do some wild shit if you're brave enough. So just monkeying all the way up the wall. So I'm like above my dad when he walks in. And he's literally walking under me, and I'm like, ha-ha, and like drop on him like a fucking spider monkey. But he doesn't like that because he's never been dropped on like a spider monkey before. He like picks me up. Like, ah! You
have. It's something most people don't know. Everyone has a plan until you're dropped on like a spider monkey. As Mike Tyson says.
It, like, throw me off of him.
I think you messed up the quote a little bit. Okay.
I think I messed it up. Yeah, I don't remember. I certainly think I had shoes on every time I went to the grocery store because it is gross.
Yeah.
I do know the like the phenomenon you're talking about. I went shoeless to places. I went to the deli. In Ocean City, you go without shoes more often than most like cultures. I don't know how to say it. It's a beach town.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. I was just running around outside a lot barefoot as a kid. It makes your feet really tough. Like
yeah, especially if you did it in the woods because you're stepping on sticks and rocks the whole time.
Like as a kid, I remember my feet were like, I thought my feet were pretty good. Like I didn't notice when I ran on gravel or something, it just didn't hurt. And then like they finally got me to start wearing shoes and civilized me like Mowgli. Yeah, and I just remember thinking my feet were getting so soft.
The Jungle Book reference, dude. I had the same experience, but for me it was urban though. Like it. I sometimes think about it like Kyle grew up in the country and I grew up in the city. It wasn't a big city, but it was definitely a city environment, and like how that changed, I don't know, some of our experiences. I rode a bike everywhere. Everywhere. My bike was like my thing. That's how you got anywhere else in the city. I rode my bike to school every day. I rode my bike home. Then I'd ride my bike to my friend's house. That was my whole life. There was a period where bikes were uncool, so I had to use a skateboard or walk. But even the bikes were like so much more convenient.
Nope. There was no way to ride a bicycle. We didn't even have anything hard in our yard until I was 7. I think is when he like put in that asphalt driveway. That's when he built that house actually. But before then it had always been like dirt everywhere. So there's no sidewalks near where I live, and no neighbors really either, except for like people that you wouldn't want to be around, farmers mostly, like, so you don't ride a bike to them.
You don't want to be around farmers?
No, that came out wrong. It's farmers and white trash. So like the farmers own these big parcels of land, but at the borders or the intersections of that, there's a lot of people who have bought up like these little cheap pieces of land because they're next to farms and they're extra cheap. And often those are shitty people. I know that one druggy ass bitch with the environmentally retarded children who would call the cops every time I shot my fucking cannon off, like she's got some kind of moral high ground up there. She stuff like that. Yeah. But I didn't have a bike at all. But I always had like ATVs or something. So, and I was driving my dad's truck for like little drives when I was like 13. Like there's like a store less than a mile away. Like you go out of his driveway and you go like to the, I don't know, half a mile, make a right, go another mile, and you're at the store. And you could just like do that back incredibly safe. Like I could drive anyway at 13, so it didn't matter.
I couldn't.
But like,
it would have been a bad decision to put 13-year-old Woody in a car.
Dad would put me on his lap and let me drive from the time I was like, I don't know, like really little. Like whenever I could do this, like I was like driving and like, don't imagine me hitting turn signals and like checking my mirrors and shit. I'm not saying that, but like I was comfortable behind the wheel like right away. So like when we got to high school and we had to take the required driver's ed, they get you that discount on insurance. I was shocked that other kids didn't know like how to put a car in park and drive, and they needed help with like the basics operation of a motor vehicle. The one kid had literally never driven a car, never been behind the wheel of a car, and he's 16. And I was just so afraid that he was going to kill us every time we went out. Like the teacher had an extra brake pedal, and he had to slam on that brake one day to keep us from fucking dying because this kid couldn't figure out left or right and was just going to hit the tree in the middle.
Oh my God, make a decision.
We stopped like he had there was no more time to do the left or right. There was only time to either hit the tree or hit the brakes. We were maybe a car length from the tree. Like, don't imagine like it was like some sort of movie type stop, but like he slammed on the brakes as hard as he could. It threw me from the back seat into the front seat because I wasn't wearing a belt. Because we're fucking Peter puttering around like the general area around high school. We shouldn't be getting in collisions.
I want a seatbelt. You guys were driving for 10 minutes.
We were teaching the kid how to turn left
with no seatbelt.
He doesn't know how to drive, Kyle. He still has 200 horsepower.
What you don't understand, Woody, a very cool 16-year-old.
My bad. See, I can't relate.
I didn't know you were cool. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All the coolest kids.
Frosted tips.
Safety.
Frosted
tips. You're looking like
Air Force Ones.
Like
Air
Nick
Force
from
Ones.
NSYNC.
Wait, frosted tips?
No, I never did that.
Damn it! You would have looked great. Like 2004.
That seemed kind of like prissy to me. I thought that was kind of lame, and my hair was already like brownish blonde anyway, so it just wouldn't look right anyway. In the summer, my hair is really blonde if I'm outside, and I usually am.
Even mine was,
and even then I was.
So, your hair is lighter than mine, I think, but the combination of the sun and the salt water would turn mine like it would legit be blondish.
Yeah,
you wouldn't think that.
Yeah, my mom's blonde and my dad has his hair was like jet black, so it's got kind of this blondish brownish thing going on, and it's real dependent on what time of the year or how much sun it's getting, what color it actually is. But I've stayed in the sun for a long time.
Mine wasn't a good blonde. It was like hay, almost like straw, crinkly, bad, ruined hair, but it was light.
I think that's a good blonde because like the really blonde, you have to have such thick hair for it not to look thin. Like
that's true.
I never really put that together. I felt like blonde people bald more frequently. Is that true?
I don't think it is. I think I think their baldness is more apparent on a person with lighter hair.
Maybe you notice their thinning hair faster than like someone with really dark hair.
It just takes thicker hair to obscure the scalp when it's blonde.
Mm-hmm.
You think I saw a meme on our Tinder or somewhere. It was like ladies when they find out Zelensky's 5'7".
I didn't even think about his height because he's not American. You'd assume that he's a little shorter, but as a political leader, oftentimes they're tall.
Yeah.
And Eastern Europeans, I thought they were like tall, right? Or am I mixing up too much with like Norway, Finland, Sweden?
I think it runs the gamut. I don't know. A lot of those Russians I've seen look like little boys.
Oh yeah.
Although they showed a picture of some Russian commander that died, and I was afraid to look at him.
Why?
The picture of him is intimidating.
Oh, I thought you meant because he'd been like beheaded or something.
No, Zach, can you find the picture of that like Russian officer with the beard who was like who died in Ukraine? He's so fucking scary. It was like he's like the Russian G.I. Joe or some shit. Fucking terrifying dude. I just know in one of the videos I saw where they're like Russian soldiers turned back, they were like, you're badass like lieutenant general or whatever that you're all jerking off for. We killed him and blah blah blah. He's dead in the mud. That was one thing. Like the language they use is always cool. Like he was talking to this group of soldiers and he's like, "Are any of you hurt?" One guy's like, "My hands hurt." "You'll be all right. We're going somewhere else." And he's like, "They hurt real bad. Be happy you're alive. Your friends." He's like, "All of you get to live. All of you get a meal tonight, and all of you get a warm bed. Your friends, we're gonna leave in the mud for the maggots. Let's go." It was like, fuck, that's hard. It's I love that we're watching this thing with like not just cell phones, because now but with like this, I don't know, the whole internet, the apparatus has just made it so that we can see every minute of this war. And I saw that. Have you seen the clip where the tank shoots right at the cameraman?
I have seen that. Yeah, this guy, I'm making it up. He's like on the 4th floor of a building and he's filming the tank, and the tank hits what I'll call the 3rd floor. Yeah. I think.
Look at this cat.
Dude, so one thing I've noticed, Kyle, with the whole world being on Ukraine's side, I am seeing details about Russia's battle plan, Russia's troop movements, Russia's failures, like all this worthwhile intelligence is making it to my dumbass on Google News, right? But I'm not seeing the parallel on Ukraine.
Of course not.
Right? So that to me is a change about the internet age of warfare. So
did you see, the dictator of Belarus, he refers to himself as Europe's last dictator, by the way. Guy is a legit, like,
that's how he describes himself.
Yes.
So Belarus, probably everybody knows, is kind of a puppet nation under control of Russia.
Yes.
Fair.
Yes. They are hand in hand on this thing. So one little thing, and I mentioned it earlier in the week, but this guy did a thing fairly recently, like a couple years ago, that invited a lot of sanctions be put upon him, where there was a journalist flying over Belarus, not into Belarus, over it, international flight. He sent his Air Force up to stop the plane and ground it, and he arrested the journalist and his girlfriend, and he holds them to this day. In response to that, sanctions were placed upon Belarus. He said, "If you place sanctions on me, I will flood your countries with terrorists and drugs." They said, "We're placing sanctions on you because that's what we said we're going to do." He said, "Cool." He advertised across the Middle East and Africa how easy it was to get into Europe through Belarus. Alongside that, he slashed the prices of air travel from the Middle East, Syria, North African nations, all those places. He slashed those prices, made it incredibly affordable to get into Belarus. Then he gave them all instructions on how to get to the borders of Poland and the other nation that's up there. And in many cases, he bussed them. He trafficked them in buses and placed them at the border, sometimes with bolt cutters and other tools to get through the fencing. He created an incredible humanitarian disaster. This guy, then this week, I've been looking for the photo of it. Zach, I'm sure you can find it. He's doing like a press conference because he's on the world stage now, right? He's involved with this mess. He's like, here's what we're doing. Here's our progression. He shows this big printed out battle plan. It was clearly top secret information that not only showed how they were going to split Ukraine into 4 different countries eventually, but how they would like have the economic regions based and how they would invade a completely different country. I think like Slovakia or Georgia or something like that. They're like in there's like an arrow pointing for an invasion to another country.
It showed an invasion that hadn't started yet.
It's incredibly and he's showing it. He's on TV.
No one's stopping him.
He went Michael Scott, and he was like, "How much to make it? Like a poster board?" And they're like $80. He's like, "What if I make it the whole fucking wall?" They're like, "Blow the top secret information up to the size of my wall, and then turn the cameras on." Well, to record, sir? No, for the world to see.
Man, you need someone around you to say no. Sometimes, like he needed one guy to be like, "Please don't kill me," but Putin's gonna be upset if you show him what you're.
It's the southern central one, I think, that was the secret.
Moldova, yeah. Zach says it's Moldova. But yeah, this is the genius that's tagged along with Putin for this venture. So
this guy's probably liking it. I haven't heard boo about Belarus my entire life.
Oh, they're really fucking Belarus up with the sanctions and stuff now. So it's interesting to see what's going to happen there. This whole thing has been fascinating. I've never. I think it's the third biggest thing that's happened in my life.
I don't know about you, Kyle, but my knowledge of Eastern European geography has tripled. This is how I learned geography, quite frankly.
I know most of the countries now.
yeah. I could even tell you some that connect.
I definitely got a refresher on like the USSR and the NATO and the Warsaw Pact Alliance countries and all that nonsense.
Nobody knew that before.
I mean,
no one knew.
No one knew.
It's not that word retarded Americans.
No one knew who was in NATO until just recently.
But I will say it's not fair when people in Europe are like, "Oh, you stupid Americans don't know where Latvia is," and it's like point to Oregon. Point to Kentucky. Which one's that? Because there's
people struggling in the Northeast a lot, right? Tell me which one's New Hampshire.
I don't know that.
Yeah, you do, because they're the two skitty ones, and the Vermont is the V-shaped one.
I know Vermont. Always Vermont.
I remember my teacher telling me that in 3rd grade for like the states quiz, and like the thought of like V being Vermont was like, my teacher is a genius.
Like that is a good one. I've never heard that. Every teacher should say that.
What did you do for the planets? For the planets, what was your the mnemonic device for planets?
Or something?
Was it like my
very excellent mother just sat under new pines?
I don't remember what ours was, but it definitely wasn't that. I just remember. Actually, I remember having more trouble with that mnemonic device than just memorizing the planet. So I just memorized the planet.
Well, I used the mnemonic device. Do you remember the one for the color spectrum?
We never did that.
Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. You never learned the...
No, we never did a mnemonic device for it.
Roy G. Biv.
Oh, I thought you were going to be like, the way I remember it is R is for red, V is for violet.
I just remember them like...
This clever trick.
Yeah, I never know which things are like education standards, and like my quirky teacher was like, yeah, this will work. Like,
yeah,
I don't know, but they taught us a bunch of shit like that. I'm trying to think what else.
We had to do it for presidents.
What grade did you learn presidents? We did it in 5th.
Wait, you learned presidents
in order?
Yeah, did you retain that?
Yeah, we were supposed
long
to retain
enough to do it.
We didn't do. I don't remember doing well on that one. I don't remember that results of that at all.
Taylor, I would have thought you'd
I think. Well, I did it before 5th grade because Clinton was still in office, so I must have been in like 4th grade, 3rd grade.
It was easier back in my day.
It was.
Yeah. There was a time when that was a cinch.
Dude, there was
Can you memorize all the presidents? Yeah.
Washington.
Taking an American history class in school in 1804. Just like, tell us about our glorious history. Well, 9 years ago.
I'm going to tell you a quick story. We'll get American history knocked out before lunch.
I was always so bored by American history. We only had one class in my high school that was ancient history, and I was so enthralled by that in comparison. Like, it was just cool, like learning about Greece and Rome and Persia and all of that. And then it'd be like America. Like, in my head, I was like, okay, how can something from 200 years ago be as fascinating as something from 2,000 years ago?
Really?
Like,
I always question the numbers. It was always like, oh, this army had 150,000 people up against 250,000 people. I'm like, really? Really? Were there that many people? Are you full of shit? I don't buy it. That seems like a lot of people.
And we're seeing in the modern day real time how war numbers play out. And we're going to trust Xerxes from 2,200 years ago, whatever it is.
Well, deaths they definitely would exaggerate, right? But maybe not. I just don't see a reason to they were writing it down in that time, right? Like if we're talking about like Herodotus or something like that, it just doesn't seem like they could get away with saying that there were 10 times as many troops as there were.
If Xerxes tells him to,
real leaders and which ones are like yeah, and then, why would Loki lie about that?
When it's something like that, I just I pull like a Mac or Dennis situation or whatever, and I'm just like, all right, well, what do the experts agree on? Are there a bunch of experts saying, no, all the experts seem to agree that there was 250,000 there. All right, well, I'm not going to pick at some sort of imaginary scab because of I don't know, maybe there were, maybe there weren't. I know in those World War II battles, there's way more people than I can even fucking imagine, right? The Soviets lost 20 million people in World War II. I think
World War II lost about 70 or 80 million people total. That is a gigantic number.
Yeah, it's insane.
And it was 5 years long. So it's 50,000 people a day.
Well, I think our involvement was 5 years, but maybe the war was a bit longer if it began when he invaded Poland.
Okay, make it 7 then? Does that sound right?
Yeah.
70 million people in 7 years is still a lot per day.
Yeah, we're good at it. Yeah. We're good at it. We might be the best at it.
It looks like it.
I've been watching this YouTuber, this John
we should do
Michael.
ads.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we should. Thank you for reminding me. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lucy. Lucy Nicotine is a company founded by Caltech scientists and former smokers looking for a better and cleaner nicotine alternative. Finally, tobacco alternatives that don't suck. Researched and developed for 3 years to be made for people, not patients. Lucy has created a nicotine gum with 4 milligrams of nicotine that comes in 3 flavors: wintergreen, cinnamon, and pomegranate. We've said before, cinnamon is the way to go with those. Lucy also has a lozenge with 4 milligrams of nicotine and cherry ice flavor. Each and every flavor actually tastes great and is convenient and discreet. Their products can be enjoyed anywhere, on flights, at work, on the go, or even at the gym. It's 2021. Get rid of your cigarettes, unplug the vape, throw out the dip, and get some Lucy nicotine gum or lozenges. This is the real deal. A subscription to Lucy comes direct to your door each month. It's so simple, and you don't have to leave your house because Lucy has delivery down. Painkiller Already listeners, go to lucy.co and use promo code PKA to get 20% off all products in your first order, including gum or lozenges. That is lucy.co and use promo code PKA at checkout. Also, we have to give this disclaimer. Warning, this product contains nicotine derived from tobacco. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. So head over to lucy.co and use promo code PKA to get 20% off all products in your first order, including gum or lozenges. That's lucy.co. Promo code PKA.
Check them out. I don't buy nicotine anywhere else.
That's true. So check that out if you are interested. And be sure to use our code. This episode is also brought to you by Blue Chew. Fall is here and we can all use a stiff breeze. That's right. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. So if you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, Blue Chew can help. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Thank you, Blue Chew, for sponsoring the podcast.
You're going to love what it does for your dick, guys.
You're going to love the way your dick looks. I guarantee it. That'd be a good tagline for them. I wonder if another company uses it.
Dude,
you're going to like
be
the way
your best day. Your second go round will be better than it would have been. It's good shit.
Yep. It's high quality stuff. BlueChew.com, promo code PKA. Get that first month free with the $5 shipping. Lock and Load, also brought to you by Lock and Load. Excellent product. Start coming like a man. It's for me, I can only speak to my experience. I come a shit ton, scientific term. I come a shit ton, and my orgasms are longer because I'm coming more. Get it? Everyone should get it. Simple. Also, if you're looking for stuff like pre-workouts, go to Derek's site and you can use our code PKA for 20% off any of his pre-workouts. So I just had Derek send me some. I got his no stim pre-workout. I got his sleep supplement. I wanted to try more of an array of his products so I could recommend different ones. The Cherry Blackout no stim pre-workout is the best tasting pre-workout bar none I've ever had. It tastes so much better. It's got everything I need in it. It's got like 9 grams of L-citrulline. It's got all the creatine I need, 5 grams, so I don't actually need to do anything else. Like I used to make my little shakes, like there's my creatine, and here's this powder for flavor, for BCA, EAAs or whatever. Then here's the citrulline. Now it's all just easy scoops, and it tastes way better than my other brand. So check out. And I'm sure the stim version tastes the same as the non-stim. So if you like caffeine, get that.
I don't know where Taylor's head is. Kyle likes the no stim so that he can choose his own stim dosage. I like the stim. It's the only dose I take aside from coffee, I guess.
Yeah. I don't like the stim pill.
Yeah, mostly because I'm afraid of like the caffeine. What is it when you the tolerance? The tolerance, that you can build up. So like I try to only use caffeine when I feel like I really need it, and that's usually cardio. If I'm doing any kind of cardio, then I want caffeine in small doses to be really effective at like raising my heart rate that extra little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I have both sitting next to each other, and I'm always like, "Do you want stim or not?"
Yep.
Well, yeah. Yes, I do. I'm about to go to the gym, and I'm a bit of a lazy fuck. I would rather have the stim.
And there's been plenty of times when like the last thing I do of the day is go to the gym, and it's like, shit, I'm going to bed in 6 hours.
Mm-hmm. I'm
working out in 2 hours. I cannot take any stim for this, or it's going to ruin the world.
Yeah,
So I like that. And Bombsicle is the flavor that I order whenever I like order stuff or ask them for stuff. They send a good bit, and I haven't ran out of Bombsicle yet. I really like Bombsicle in real life. Like those. It's the popsicles that are like red, white, and blue.
Yeah, I remember.
Rocket pops. And I don't know. I like that flavor a lot, and it tastes pretty close to that. Look, you would never drink pre-workout on it if you weren't working out. It doesn't taste that good. But as far as pre-workouts go, it's excellent. That one in particular. Yeah.
I like Derek's stuff. Like in Lock and Load, it fits the mold of the stuff that he sells. Like it's actual effective dose. It's not some 1 milligram of creatine so we can pretend that it has it. Like everything he sells on there is like the real shit. The effect.
It was funny, like ordering getting other stuff shipped to me from them. Like there's this mushroom supplement he sells as well, like a mix of mushrooms. And I was like, that people are always raving about mushroom supplements. I'm gonna try that, see if I can tell any difference. And like I was taking it like the first day, and for some reason was like, oh, I should check and see how much it is. And it's like serving size 6 pills. And it's like, all right, so this is on brand. Like 3 in the morning, 3 at night. Like, and his pre-workout, like usually, if you work out and you use pre-workout, teeny tiny little scooper. There's nothing in there. This is a sizable, like 2 big scoops of pre-workout. Like it's got the shit he's advertising.
Do you have the blue stuff? I can't think of it. It's I'm gonna grab the shit. Hang on.
The blue stuff.
I don't think I do. Blue stuff.
You need the blue stuff, Taylor.
Well, then I need to
get back on it. Order something.
Gorilla Mind. Well, I bet he's not gonna have a section for blue stuff.
Dude, I want to talk about the Lock and Load because I really like that.
Of course,
I like that we did it. I like that we sold it. I like what it does to my cum. It's fun.
Yeah, it is fun that it does to your cum.
Yeah, I like the pre-cum. Like my pre-cum was a drop, literally a drop. Now it's a squirt. It's better.
It's just leaking. the whole time.
My underwear can look like a woman's at the end of the day.
That's what I want. I want my dick to be like a runny nose.
This is
what is that?
This is Gorilla Mode glycerol, super hydration formula, and mango
What does it
peach.
do?
It's for a better pump. Something about cells filling up with more water or something like that. So 2 scoops of the pre-workout, let me show you this. This is actually a fresh one. Let me crack this bad boy open.
Intramuscular hyperhydration.
This packaging is stronger than me.
That's the shirtless Kyle. That's some stuff.
So it's 10,000 milligrams of glycerol, and you can tell a difference in your pump with this.
Yeah.
Interesting, because his pre-workout is supposed to help with the pump also.
If off camera, can you hold it a little higher?
I mean, I was really trying to get the scoop. Show how big the scoops are.
That's the same size, I think, as the pre-workout scoop.
Yeah, it is. And for the full serving of pre-workout, it's 2 scoops.
Oh, my hand's all sticky now.
Lick them. Lick them or no balls.
Mode.
There you go.
Glycerin. Interesting. So do you take that in your pre-workout? You just mix it in?
Mm-hmm. No, actually, this is separate because it's a different flavor.
I was going to say, that's gross.
He's that guy
I did
at the
that once
soda
and it was
machine
awful.
mixing them all.
No, I did that once and it was awful. I just mixed everything together. But yeah, I take that and I drink so much water, like the hour or two before. I'm going to go wash my hands.
I've been doing better with water too. I bought a hydro flask, like the metal ones that everybody has.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, I see why they do. I bought one that was smaller than the one you just held up. And I don't know, somehow the big ones didn't look the way I wanted them to. And I quickly realized I was draining the small one too fast. So I got a bigger one.
Yeah, that's like, for years, I used the regular size blender bottle and was always like, this isn't enough liquid. And it was only like probably a year ago that I was like, I bet they make bigger ones. And I just bought the 40-ounce ones. And it was a game changer for those. I don't know how people use those blender bottles that hold like 18 ounces or whatever. Like they're useless.
That's for girls with tiny little stomachs, maybe. I don't know. I want a big fucking bottle, though. Mine's are all the like 40-something ounces.
I feel like I drink like 60, 70 ounces of liquid throughout a workout almost every time.
It might be half a gallon. That's a ton. It's like 2. I take 2 of the big Gatorades and put in there, and it almost takes them both, whatever the fuck. But I like those a lot, and those help you stay hydrated for sure.
You sweat less if you turn the air conditioner down to like 59. Just saying.
I feel like it's good to sweat though. like
I'm sure it is.
I think it's good for your skin, maybe, but it just feels like
pimple wise.
Maybe. Or
I don't know. Actually, I could probably make an argument on both sides.
Yeah, it'd be not good for your skin.
Maybe keeping those pores like exercised and clean, squirting
and
that
flowing, right?
Flowing, yeah.
But I could also imagine where more fluid is more clog problem. I don't know.
Yeah, if you like get sweaty and then like get dirty and don't wash for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a clip of an Imager link today with like 13 different pictures, and they were all captured Russians tied to trees in various ways.
So they were okay. I
that.
think I saw the same thing. You may have sent it to me. And they were called marauders.
Yes.
I don't know what a marauder is. So I thought maybe they were Ukrainian looters taking advantage of the situation. Maybe. Or they could have been captured Russians like you saw. I just don't know what a marauder means.
I don't know. Maybe that's like the name of their unit or something.
Below it said that that's what they were doing that to Russians that they had captured.
Zach looked up the definition. A person who marauds. Oh, well.
A person who marauds.
to me,
what's a raider? A person who raids.
To me, marauder means violent criminal invader.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get kind of piratey vibes sometimes.
Yeah.
I just took it as this doesn't translate precisely.
But they had them like zip tied and saran wrapped to trees and fence posts and light poles in city squares. And it was very clear that some of the villagers were crueler than others because some of these guys just looked sad and they had been saran wrapped to a pole and it was like, we got him. And then some of them, they had gotten zip ties and acted like they were Spider-Man and made this web of zip ties. He looked like the Predator had shot him with one of those net guns. and then they've like pulled his pants down so he can't get him up because he's so like subdued. And then they've like clearly either spanked his ass or painted it.
Or they wrote something on one of their asses. Now, I don't read Russian, but I imagine it's related to sex.
Enter here.
It's probably not nice. Yeah.
And they all looked very sad.
Yeah, I'd be sad too. I don't want to get duct taped to a post.
No, and then I saw two of them that were stripped buck ass naked, and they had like a very tiny amount of cloth to cover their dick and balls, and they were just kind of shuffling through a street of people. And in each case, it was farmers and townsfolk who had captured these poor fellas.
If you're Russian, can you just blend in with the crowd in Ukraine and be thought of as Ukrainian?
Not at night in Kiev.
Like, for example, if I was raiding Canada and I just changed my uniform, I could say I was Canadian.
You're also committing a war crime, and they'll
definitely.
If you get captured doing that, though, it's death.
No, but like what he means is like if you were to randomly pick a group of 10 Russians and 10 Ukrainians, mix them all up, there's not like going to be a big differentiating factor of like, oh, the Ukrainians have dark hair and the Russians blonde.
No, I couldn't do that with Mexico, right? They'd pretty quickly identify me as the American. But in Canada,
Ukrainians do speak both Russian and Ukrainian. So I don't know how many.
They just quiz me. Swap.
Yeah, well, I don't know how many Russians speak Ukrainian.
That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, so they could say like, "Hey, what's up, comrade?" And you might hear like, "Hello, blah blah blah, friend," and you'd be like, "Moscow."
Yeah, but we looked at that map though the other day. There are areas of Ukraine where like it says like predominantly Russian. So you could lie and be like, "Oh, I'm from that area." Nobody speaks Ukrainian there.
You think they don't speak Ukrainian?
I think they're checking. I think they're checking.
Maybe I'm misremembering that map where it said like, or it was like, remember it was like red, less red, light blue, dark blue, and it was like almost all Ukrainian speaking, mostly Russian, almost all Russian.
I'm not sure. I could be wrong. I thought I remembered that map being like where their loyalties and sympathies lie.
That's what I thought as well.
We looked at a couple. Maybe
I think it's loyalties, but it's still the same point. Probably the language might. I think they're checking ID in some cases because whenever they catch these like guys they're calling spies, because I saw them catch a couple guys who were just wearing like BMW gear, like a BMW jacket and like some sweatpants or something, and the stuff they caught him with was spy gear, right? But it's like not the James Bond shit you'd imagine. It's actual spy gear, so it's like a stun gun, a laser pointing device that you could like shine at a building, I mean like that one. But it's IR laser. It looks like a little plastic flashlight, but it's a cheap piece of equipment that would allow them to strike anywhere he points it. And false IDs, and what else did he have? Oh, he had a knife and a few other little like pieces of nonsense, but he didn't have I don't think he had a gun even.
That's an oversight.
Yeah. But then I saw him catch I've seen them capture a bunch of guys that were actually geared. If we're using Tarkov terms, so far it's been mostly Timmies. All right, I've literally seen the peen helmet. Okay?
What's a Timmy?
So a Timmy in Tarkov is like a brand new guy, and you can spot them visually because of the amount of gear they have and the clothing they wear. Because once you're good at Tarkov, you got so much money that you start buying like custom threads for your character, and they don't. But we all remember what we used to wear. And you can, he's just wearing kind of like a tight t-shirt basically and some military pants. And you're like, oh, Timmy. Plus he's got nothing. That's a Timmy. A Chad is, a geared up bad motherfucker, right? He's got all this shit. So like, I've seen so many Russian Timmies. Literally, there's a helmet that if you wear it, you usually consider that guy a Timmy because it's the cheapest helmet in Tarkov.
The penis helmet?
It's from the 1970s. It's this, it looks like it's just a metal helmet with some Kevlar reinforcement, I think. It doesn't do shit. I saw Russians wearing those. I saw them wearing them in walking down the streets wearing those things. It was hilarious. But then I've seen some Chads too. I saw some bad motherfuckers with like bullpup AKs with suppressors on them. So I don't know. I think it runs the gamut. There definitely are Ukrainian special forces. So there's some cool gear on both sides.
I'm sure.
I wish I could. I wish it was like a game where I could check the score.
Yeah.
Like, who's winning right now? Like,
what do you scab in?
Yeah, go volunteer for the Ukrainian army.
I seriously want to know more about how to scav in. Like,
it's a shame that the Jackass movie already came out. I'm Steve-O, and this is Join the Ukrainian Resistance.
Here, I think it was Sean Penn, right?
Yeah.
He walked to Poland and got out of there.
Yeah,
I thought he was still filming like a documentary.
I think they just filmed like the opening days or something.
Found it to be dangerous.
He noped out.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to do it either.
But I don't know how. When I hear someone walk to Poland, it feels like they did a lot of walking. Like, did he walk 400 miles? But
no.
Where did he start?
So once you get like 30 or 40 miles from the border, it seems like this line of cars begins. And I saw guys. In my head, they were smart and they hadn't run out of gas. They just knew there was no point in using the car to move anymore because you move a car length every 30 minutes. So they would push the car forward and then they get back in every 30 minutes. And I was like, those are the smart guys because everybody else is just fucking using their gas, putting around. But they sit there in their cars for days, like 30 to 45 hours to get a car out. And then a lot of them are running out of fuel along the way. But it's only like 15, 20 miles. You're moving like a mile every hour and a half to 2.5 hours is what it seemed like was happening.
Every so often I hear of a traffic jam that lasts for days in the world.
Yeah.
I don't think that ever happens in America. And
I don't think so.
That would suck.
No, it's 1 million people leaving a country in the span of a week. It's unheard of. They said this is the largest refugee movement ever, like 1 million people in 5 days. That's what the number's approaching. I saw a lot of people being really well treated when they get into Poland. When I think of Polish people, I think of who's the female fighter that I like so much. I'm spacing on her name. The Bullet. Valentina Shevchenko.
Yeah.
I just picture Valentina Shevchenko's. So like whenever I think of a Polish person. But it kind of warmed my heart to see them like greeting these people getting off the train into Poland because they're immediately like one person's got like a loaf of bread or maybe a sandwich or something. And then the next person's got like hot tea with like the tea bag hanging out and it's steaming. And then these other people have like a bunch of toys. Like they're just like, what do you need? Take it. And
I wonder how long this enthusiasm lasts, right? Because right now it's pretty high, right?
Yeah.
6 months from now, are people still going to be waiting at the border with cookies?
I hope so if it's needed. I don't think that that's going to be needed 6 months from now. I just hope that they keep giving the Ukrainians. I hope that the companies stick with the sanctions. I don't think the governments are going to get lax. They're not going to forget. This is more about the way the world works geopolitically than public sentiment anymore. Even if the public weren't down with all of this, they would still be imposing these sanctions because it's borderline. This is some USSR shit. This is not a good thing that's happening right now. And all of NATO and when you see the Germans and the French agreeing with Biden, being like, yeah, actually, let's make it a little worse, and Biden having to play catch up and
dude, you're right. But the one that really caught my attention was like Switzerland. Like these guys, they couldn't figure out who was right and wrong during World War II.
Yeah.
And this time around, they're like, fuck about Putin.
Yeah.
And there's a link. I'm waiting here. Zach's about to pull it up. This is what Russia's done to Ukraine. Look at this.
They don't know this in Russia.
Is this Kiev?
Yeah.
Look at these bodies.
I don't know what this is.
I don't know what city it is. I could look at the thread.
Bodies where?
We'd have to rewind.
Oh.
There was
Were those body bags?
Yeah, that's it. I'm pretty sure you didn't see that as body bags. Yeah, Zach, can you play it again, Zach?
They look like body bags. I was just hoping they weren't.
Yeah, hope not.
Surely that's not body.
Wait, no, some of those are overlapping on that corner. Is that a road thing?
That might be something else. Let's just assume that's not body bags because that would be absurd.
Yeah, that would be horrific. And they wouldn't put them there.
Yeah, that's something else where it's just looking odd.
Yeah, yeah. Either way, that's totally destroyed that area.
Yeah, and it's obviously civilian. That's the part that gets me. Like, there's no military value other than just making people want to quit.
Yep.
Yeah.
But,
it sucks. It sucks. I feel like America did that in World War II. Like we set Tokyo on fire. But was that all obviously military? No.
Yeah. But I mean, we were doing what you just kind of laid out. Like we wanted to hit the Japanese so hard. They were like, fuck, it's not worth it. Like, end it. And so like, that's definitely happened in war where they target civilian areas to try and just bludgeon them into accepting.
I think it's,
what they want.
I think it depends on the situation. I think I just think that it's not often that we have good guys and bad guys anymore. There's always these shades of gray, but the Japanese and the Germans were bad guys. The Nazis and the Japanese were actually villainous. You know, like maybe there was a trade agreement that wasn't fair to them, but nothing justifies the rape of Nanking or the Holocaust. Those were bad guys. So, and especially with the Japanese, they had this fanatical populace. So those people that got blown up were combatants, as far as I'm concerned. When I look back on history, I
well,
never,
not the innocent people of Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
every single one of them.
They're women and children.
Remember Star Wars? The when Anakin's like, but not just the men, the women, and the children. Yeah, women and the
Didn't they make a baby shortly after that?
Yeah, they did.
Two
babies. Yeah.
Dude just went hate crime to the max. And he comes back and like tells her that, and she's like, "Put a couple babies in me." If your loved one comes home and says they just hate crime the whole village of little people with a blade,
then you're dealing with an alpha. Make some babies.
That's a fucking Sigma male right there. Like he fucking
Sigma.
Yeah, he's ascended.
Is that the next level?
Oh yeah, you don't even know. We'll talk about this later. You're gonna be goated with sauce.
Wow, I'm pretty excited about this, dude. I watched Derek's videos, and I'm just like,
someone just literally died of cringe. Someone just went,
oh, that 36-year-old boomer said goated with sauce.
Derek, like I literally he says this shit like, oh, this guy's diced and sliced and something else, and I don't even know. And I'm like, all right, these are words I need to learn.
Oh yeah, the intros to Derek's videos are underratedly funny. Where he'll be like, my favorite one. I haven't watched nearly as much of his content as you guys, but he was reviewing some pre-workout, or maybe it was like Gamer Juice or whatever. Something like that. And he was like the intro like hook was like, "This is terrible. How about you just take your dick and balls out and drag it directly over my mouth? How about you do that?" It's like,
do you think that your customers can't fucking read, right? Yeah. And meanwhile, I don't know the efficacious dose of these various things of beta alanine. I didn't know. I can read pretty much.
Have you watched any of his like podcasts that he does with those other two guys?
Yeah. Oh, dude, I could talk about this. So Derek does a podcast with two other guys. They're not as popular on YouTube as him, but they seem to be as knowledgeable. They're his peers.
They seem peers for sure. The one guy, the more Caucasian of the two, they both have accents, but like the bigger guy. Like I used to watch his like steroid content to learn stuff. Like whenever I started watching Derek stuff and started doing TRT, like he was one of the YouTube channels I looked really into because he has that really crazy knowledge of like all sorts of stuff. It's fascinating guy. So when I saw him, like I don't know if him and Derek had been friends for a long time or known each other for a long time, but the three of those guys have this really entertaining show where they talk a lot about working out and like chemical stuff. There's a lot of chemistry and a lot of like biology and really in-depth stuff that goes over my head, but it's still really fun to watch because I can put things together through context. I'm not a buffoon. And then like the other day I caught a clip of them. They're talking about how big they wanted a woman's ass. And I think one of them was like, I want a big ass. As bigger the better. And Derek's like, I want like a tight ass, but like if she bends over, I should be able to see the asshole.
Yeah. I remember it was funny. They couldn't get on board. One of them is talking about like the evolutionary benefits of the giant ass and what it says about fertility and how he's right in his preference. And Derek is somehow has a preference for less fertile, like childbearing asses or something. It's pretty funny. Yeah. Now the two guys on the show aren't normally as big and strong as Derek. And but in the fitness world, like your body's your resume, right? That's like an unescapable truth. Well, one of them did a cycle and got like fit, and he's just looking like a fitness model now. And I'm like, oh, suddenly his opinions are more valid than they were now that he's done a cycle and got on a diet. And it's fun to all three of them have really valid opinions. It just took me a while to get on board with that.
Yeah, I didn't know he was doing this. This looks really funny. Like I don't really care about like, I want to talk for 40 minutes about, how creatine monohydrate is superior to micronized creatine. But if they're like, no, dude, bigger asses means fertility, idiot. Like if that's if that's the kind of content they're putting out, I'm game.
There's a little of that. Like they talk about their experience with Adderall was one that caught my attention. And then so I take modafinil probably about twice a month. Like it's just like, today's a day where I was a little under rested and I can't be that today. So I might be pronouncing it wrong. Modafinil.
What is it? Is it like Adderall?
Adderall Light?
I've heard it called Adderall Light. Yeah. Okay. And this guy is like, no, Adderall is the bomb. It doesn't just give you energy. It gives you like dopamine and serotonin something and euphoria and how he used it to be more successful. And I think all of them are pretty successful entrepreneurs. And partly through just like giving themselves, like in a way, all of us are just chemical reactions, right? All of your decisions are driven by chemical reactions. All of your body functions, your body
if you've ever met a woman, you'll understand that chemistry can affect decision making tremendously.
Yes, yeah. About a week ago.
Very true.
You guys know any women? You ever met
women?
I've met women. I've talked to women. Yeah.
I saw one time, and I noticed that she could change her mind dramatically depending on the flow of the day.
Yeah, it seems to involve the moon cycle. But the moon cycle is 27 days, if you didn't know that. They did. Anyway, so what they did is they kind of just fixed their own chemistry to become people who were motivated by success. And their body composition and their brain wiring now is kind of just to be a successful Sigma.
Yeah, so they're all into the concept of biohacking, I think, and on an entrepreneurial level, if that makes any sense. And like what they're not interested in is what a pharmaceutical company or a doctor recommends, because
they have no interest in that whatsoever.
Because pharmaceutical companies are there to make profits, and doctors are just there to
avoid lawsuits,
to make people healthy enough that they won't die today. So, but what they're interested in is things like longevity and things like getting every ounce of potential out of like your body and your brain as you can with these little add-ons and biohacks, while at the same time not like coming back around and taking away that longevity that you were trying to get from the beginning. Like what are there things you could just shoot in your arm that'll make you huge as fuck? Yeah, and then you don't live as long. So you remember that's our main thing. We live long time. And good time. Like this balloon cannot get much smaller. Maybe a little smaller. We'll into 78 years instead of 80, but we're jacked and smart. Okay, squeeze that balloon and inflate this one. But it's interesting to see those guys who are into that really get into it to the point where
they're smart.
They're smart, yeah, and they really know the science of it. And again, it goes over my head, but I like watching it for the same reason I like watching the space shit. I watched this like James Michael Gautier guy, and he just like talks with like a soothing voice about sci-fi concepts and like the 10 signals we wouldn't want to get from outer space, and it's really interesting stuff.
Yeah, I like watching it too. And you mentioned like a lot of it goes over your head. The more you watch, as I'm sure you've experienced, the better your comprehension gets. I learned a little bit last time, and we're building on it this time. And the more I watch, the better.
I saw this meme earlier, and I just remembered that I wanted to tell you what it said. It says,
"Did you use your notebook for this?"
My notebook, yeah. It's a picture of some kind of Slav guy like lighting a pipe in his army gear. He's in the Ukraine, and it says, "This is Alexei. He's responsible for the destruction of 30 Russian tanks. Alexei is the worst mechanic in the Russian army." Let me fucking roll.
Just destroying 30 tanks.
There's a forum called Volunteers for Ukraine on Reddit. And here's a picture. It's been since deleted. I can't find it anymore, but Zach, if you could just put the
Christ.
photo up.
Yes. Yes.
Of this.
Look, pay attention, you psychos. This is how you have fun, okay? No children, just a good time.
Combat vet here. I arrived in Poland and made my way to Ukraine. I found the Legion. They wanted 3 years of my service. That was too much time for me to commit. I'm heading back now. Just letting others on here know what they're asking for. Real talk. Know what they are requiring to enlist. And it's a picture of Wings of Redemption holding a gun in a field.
and they blurred his face, which actually adds some credibility to it. Like he wouldn't want like to conceal his identity. Oh man.
But like the first comments were all like, that's Wings of Redemption.
Have you seen how many legitimate journalists and news people who have had to address the Bernie Gore's death in Ukraine?
It's so funny.
A couple. Yeah.
I saw them talk about it on the news.
Like I saw the news cover how the news was getting it wrong.
I saw Russian state media people and like some sort of Russian politician being like, you see how the West like spins their lies. They said that this guy was the first an American death in Ukraine. Then they said that he was dead in Syria, and then he was dead in an earthquake and a tsunami. And
no one tried to pass off that he was the ghost of Kiev or whoever that guy was.
And apparently he's a pedophile. So I don't know why you're so mad.
That's not actually true.
None of it's true, Woody. None of it's true. That's the point.
Touche. All right. I don't know why I clarified.
Actually, that's fake.
The only accurate thing in that whole statement was that. No, it's wild. I love seeing those. It's fun to wind people up, and it is a little. I don't see how it's like. I don't know. It's good old fashioned fun, clean fun, as Bill Murray said in Groundhog Day.
It's just It's literally just shit posters trying to trick journalists, and then go ha ha ha. Dumbass, we got you.
And I love that because fuck journalists. Funny. Make them look bad because I don't think they're very good at their jobs. Like I think there's like 8 journalists in the world.
If they're reporting that, they're not.
No, there you go. If you can trick anyone to like report about Bernie Gore's, you've just identified a bad fake journalist. So
they
have
did not get 2 independent sources to confirm that was true.
They did not. They didn't even reverse image search it.
Yeah,
it's a Google extension. like I can't tell you how small of an amount of time it takes to do. It's click, and you'd know this was okay. That's that Wings Redemption guy. All right,
it's so funny. And then someone has to make a big thread breaking it down how it's fake. Like
someone said he died on Bog at the hands of the UK rebel syndicate pro.
Little is known of this young Englishman, but some call him the ghost of Painkiller already. That's solid. Wait, go back up.
Died at Bog.
Sark wrote a good one.
Make sure you don't do anything wild.
No, Sark said he died on Bog in the hands of the UK rebel syndicate pro.
Oh, wait, did Hutch tweet that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. And that's Stark. I didn't even catch that at first. Oh, that's great.
Stark. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, I like that tweet. Oh, that's great. That's great.
Daniel Dale guy is like a big journalist with like over 1 million followers, and he has to address it. Like, that's great.
Yeah, it's great. So keep that up, and you don't make your Photoshop so bad though, and like try to make it look
him kind of bad. Like the reason the Sam Hyde one was so good with the Ghost of Ukraine is because of how badly it was photoshopped.
Oh, and I forgot to ask for this on PKM, but if anybody's in like Ukraine and messed up in all this nonsense, and you're still taking the time to listen to us, like thank you for doing that, and look at and stay safe. But if you could like write RSK on a piece of Russian like destroyed like stuff or something, like that'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah, they have like V's and Z's and stuff. I want an RSK on the side of a tank. Imagine
if you could graffiti some like Russian equipment that was burnt out, don't risk your life. I mean, maybe a little, but get the job done. That's what I'm saying. But
really and then start and then when you post it on social media, say that it's the attempt at a viral trend and it stands for Russia Stop Killing.
Yes.
And then try and get the attention of some dumbass journalist and see, this is going in the idea notebook for Kyle. The group Russia Stop Killing, taking the country by storm.
That would be so funny.
You guys will be able to get your Russia Stop Killing shirts next week. All profits will, of course, be going to us. Don't get confused.
Oh, I'm not sending a dime.
I don't want to like misconstrue anything. All profits will be going to us.
My fridge isn't going to restock Zevia on its own.
No, sir. No, sir. It won't.
Do that.
Okay. I just blew $60 on Elden Ring for some reason. I need that T-shirt money. Jizz Biz will only keep you afloat so long.
Kyle, how is Elden Ring? So people don't know. Kyle got Elden Ring. Felt like it was too difficult. Tried to return it. Had played it more than 2 hours. So Steam said no. Tried it again. Where are we?
So quickly, for anyone who doesn't know, Elden Ring was just released. It's essentially an open world Dark Souls game. If you don't know what that is, fucking Google it. I'm not going to break it down any more than that. But it's a really, really fucking hard game. And the reviews are all right. It is one of the best games I've ever seen. I am not good enough to play it. And I think maybe if I'd played previous Dark Souls titles, like maybe that would have prepared me for this. But I've never played a game that required so much memorization of enemies and stuff, while at the same time not give me what I actually want in a game. So there's two issues with the game. Not only is it incredibly difficult, but when I do prevail, I don't feel properly rewarded because it's not a game made for someone like me. I was looking for an RPG, and that's not what this is. And I should have known that going in. I should have done my research. It's a Dark Souls game. It's about memorizing those hack and slash things and prevailing through like that memorization and being good at the game. And that just doesn't appeal to me. So that's why I don't like the game, and I'm not going to play the game anymore because I'm not good enough to play it. And when I do sit there for a few hours and like get it, because there is no difficulty slider, and I don't think there should be. There probably shouldn't be, because that's not what they're going for. This is the game they wanted. They made the game they wanted to make. It's just not the game that I want to play. So if you like Dark Souls games, if you like that, what's that Ninja Gaiden game? Maybe it had a similar thing that's incredibly difficult. Then you'll love this. It's a beautiful, amazing game, but it's too hard for me, and I don't feel rewarded when I win.
I'm disappointed because it looks so cool, but watching even clips online of people who are putting a lot more time into games than I put into games are getting wrecked. And
yeah, see, that's the other thing. Like when we watch like I don't feel bad about being as shit at the game as I am, because when I watch like professional gamers play it, they're getting fucked up too. Like they're doing better than me, but they're still getting fucked up.
That's discouraging.
In the PKA Hangouts, we do that the $50 hangout with the Patreons every month. The people in there are good gamers, right? These are like,
bless you.
If they tell you the game is so hard, it's difficult to get through, that's like, I'm lacking words. These are people who have invested thousands and tens of thousands of hours into games over their lifetime. They're good. They're really good. And if it's too hard for them, it's hard. Kyle's a guy he's a real gamer. If it's too hard for Kyle, it's hard.
People think Tarkov's hard. I think Tarkov's super easy. It's just time consuming. This game is just fucking hard. And look, I tried it on controller and I tried it on PC, and I couldn't find like any way to be any better at this game. Or no, I mean, I should say keyboard and mouse and on the Xbox controller. The Xbox controller was better, but not having control of your camera or having to like continuously control the camera, to me, is a terrible idea. And it felt awful. If that's what Dark Souls players like, then more power to them. But I fucking hated it.
Yeah, I hate having to adjust my camera in the middle of trying to play a game.
On keyboard and mouse, keyboard and mouse, the camera just says, "All right, I'll just be right here where you want me, always." And it's just really pleasant to play on keyboard and mouse.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody
I got my foot pedals though. So they say that about the controller because like they've never tried it on keyboard and mouse. And I get that the proper way to play it is controller, probably the best way to play it. But not in my experience. I don't know. Keyboard and mouse with my foot pedals to do all the D-pad shit seemed to work just fine.
Can you see yourself trying
never
again? Maybe.
No. I'm hoping really? Darktide comes out soon. They said spring, and
the new Warhammer's out.
Yeah, that's RTS.
Warhammer.
Yeah.
Oh, RTS. I know, but you like that too.
Yeah, but I'm not in the mood.
Total War. Yeah,
I'm in the mood for something co-op. I want to get the boys together and like grind something like Darktide, where we're just like you be the elf and I'll be the giant and you be the shield maiden, and we got to get through this swarm of baddies. Like I want to grind something like that with a few people.
Are you still gonna call dibs on whoever fires guns the fastest now? Arrows? Are you gonna like try and do the same strategy, or maybe do a healer or a tank this time or something?
Well, it's going to be a lot of projectile stuff in Darktide for sure, less melee. So I think they're all going to have guns. I definitely don't want to be the big guy because I don't like the idea of his slow firing grenade launcher. That it's like one big boom and then we're vulnerable for a second and a half. I don't like characters like that. So I'll probably be someone who's got some longevity but is still quick. And I do like ranged. So if there's a character that has some sort of sniper rifle or something, I'm down.
Yeah, speed kills. And, speed plus range, I'll take that over tank, typically. Yeah. That's the most fun one.
I feel like I like playing the tank character. I feel like it gives me more leeway. Like, those are generally the characters that get, like, some automatic healing early on. Like, so you can, let's take a sec before we go to the next, like, big boss area, and I'll get back up to full. Whereas, like, if I play, like, a high DPS player, like what Kyle was doing in the first Vermintide, it's like you get hit twice and you're kind of in deep shit. Like you have to stay far away. Like by the end, your character didn't have to because it had those blades of infinity or whatever the fuck that like were unstoppable.
They added DLC and there's an even better elf. Like they made the elf.
How could it be better? You didn't have to aim. You just hit the kill button and your person just
but
like a sprinkler.
But you only get so many of those, right? But with the new thing, I don't remember all the benefits, but you have to aim.
You don't even have to aim.
They're heat seeking.
You don't remember that? Like no. your character's running next to Kyle, and like you see Kyle's character just shoot an arrow straight, and the arrow goes straight back behind him and like hits a rat. It's like my God.
It's like my ult, like my power move that charges up every so often. But like with the build I was using, I had cranked everything toward getting that off as often as possible. So every 45 seconds, she would just go, huzzah! And she would like shoot 3 magic arrows that found any enemy around and just went into their eyes and instantly kill them.
Yeah.
One thing that always frustrates me about this kind of game is how people measure the usefulness of a player, right? Like, if Taylor did nothing but take out all the specials, keep everyone alive, his character was healing all of us, but he got a quarter of the kills that I did, people would be like, Woody's slaying. Woody carried this team. No, I didn't. Taylor carried the team. He got all the specials. He healed us. I would have never made it to the end if it wasn't for the effect he had on my character.
Yeah.
And Call of Duty was like that, but it was like flag captures, right? This guy's not capturing flags, but he's doing well in kills. Now he's helping the team. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying if you keep yourself out of the vulnerable position in the middle of the goddamn street capturing flags, you get more kill streaks.
No, it's for sure a team effort, especially in like Vermintide, because of the way they've made those classes. You have to be very good to like just not need an elf or not need a dwarf. The dwarf maybe isn't all that necessary, but the elf I think is. I just think you need an elf if you're going to play in the hardest difficulties, and not the one that we've been talking about because that's kind of the memey one that's just like fun to play with. But the new elf that's got the staff and a few other cool things. I can't remember exactly what she does, but
they kind of had
it's better.
Like the way they made it was perfect in that like what Woody's saying is true, but like there were characters like if you're the dwarf or the zealot, like you should be finishing the round with more kills than the other people because your job is to like thin out the area so that Kyle's high DPS character can focus on the heavy hitters, like. And then, like, who was the tank character? The dwarf. The dwarf. He was the main tank, and then they made the zealot class almost tanky in a way. But I liked that about it, where like everyone almost had a core competency, where it's like, oh, and then that character, their numbers aren't impressive, but they're basically covering your ass from behind the whole time. And
it's a really good game, and it's not like they invented class systems, but like theirs in particular, like mesh really well. And there's some like I like the back and forth those characters have while you're playing. The DLC they added is really cool. You're able to like go on these like 3 and 4 part like missions where you go like you do one map and it leads to another and another, and then if you like clear them all without the whole team dying, you get access to the good weapons. I've got all reds now. Everything's red. I haven't played in months and months, but It's a wonderful game. I really can't wait for Darktide to come out so that we can like get back to playing that game again.
That'll be so fun. That is the most fun I've had like playing a multiplayer game with friends in years and years.
It's better than zombies. Yeah. Zombies. You just after a while, it's kind of it's so monotonous, and you're just like going through the motions. It like you're going through the Easter egg like silently. Everybody knows what everybody else is doing. It's like, all right, I got the notebook. Yep, turn in the switch. I got the secret letter. Opening the safe. And it's just like we're just going through the motions now. It's really just about hanging out, getting stoned, and chatting. But with Vermintide, it's like, bro, if you're gonna be smoking weed, you can't play with us. Like, I'm gonna need you to go get yourself a cup of coffee or something.
Yeah, Kyle's like, only one person on this team can be high out of their mind, and that's lots taken. Yeah,
that's right. That's right. You can't be the elf, and you can't be stoned. All right, let's go.
It's like the way Kyle plays that game is like you're going over to his house, but he wasn't one of those you're the guest, you decide. He was one of those it's my house, I decide kids. Did you guys encounter those kids when you were little? Because I was always taught that like when a guest came over, like you're the guest, like would you rather play Mario Party or go fuck around in the woods for a few hours? Like, but then you'd go to people's houses and they'd be like, we're gonna do this, it's my house. And it's like, I think that was the first instance I can remember as a child of like, oh, that's rude behavior. Like I didn't.
So I'm
the guest.
So I kind of like entertaining, I guess. So if somebody was coming over, and I think I'm really good at dates and date nights with girls too, because I like planning like a little event. And people, whenever I do it, people always act like I've gone like so above and beyond. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This is fun for me. I wanted to cook you dinner. I wanted to like, you know, like have like a bunch of snacks for you when everybody came over, and like I like this. I enjoy it. I like providing some entertainment. So like if I was having friends over, it was usually like, bring your paintball guns because I've built us a paintball course. My dad's got a CO2 tank he rented, and we can play all day. You know, it'd be something like that. Or like, you know, some sort of like movies, pizza kind of thing where you're just hanging out and sleeping over at somebody's house. But, you know, I'm still like the purveyor of entertainment. That's that classic story I always tell of me and my buddy Brad watching Hellraiser Bloodline, which is like the third Hellraiser movie.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's awful. A lot of time travel. I think Harvey Weinstein's involved with that somehow. And it's just dreadful. It's just but it's so gory that it shook me to the core, and I couldn't eat my favorite meal in the world. You ever eat those Chef Boyardee pizza kits? It's a little box that you make a pizza out of. It's got a can of sauce, powdered cheese, the dough that you like powder for the dough. You can make your own dough. You spread it out.
Yeah.
As a kid, and the sauce has these little tiny pepperonis, little baby ones, like they're round, like mini pepperonis. And as a kid, that was like my favorite thing. Like something about that sauce. It's so sugary.
Yeah.
It's like, it's just delicious to me. My mouth's watering, and I haven't had it since I was 13. But Mom had made that, and me and Brad came out of my bedroom after watching that movie, and we both sat at the table pale as ghosts, not able to eat that stuff, because we'd seen people like get like disemboweled and like their skin like torn off, and like there was one scene, I don't know if it's that one or not.
The hooks were fucked up.
There's one where they take these two guys and twist their flesh together with this complex mechanism from hell, and they're just screaming in pain. And I'd never seen anything like that. I had seen like, you know, like action movie violence, Terminator, Predator, people getting blown up maybe, but never like gore and guts. So that ruined me. That I felt sick. I couldn't eat dinner that night.
Those movies are good for that. The Hellraiser movies are brutal.
The first one is actually really good. That's a cool, and I like that. I know you don't watch Star Trek, but like everybody thinks of Garak, not Garak, but Gul Dukat in Deep Space Nine as like not just a good Star Trek villain, but one of the better fictional villains or non-fictional fictional villains that's ever been like put on screen or whatever. Like Gul Dukat's got a lot of fans. He's an incredible villain in Star Trek that is almost transcends the show how like good he is as this villain throughout the course of the years. And that actor is the father, the creepy stepfather in Hellraiser, the first one, without all of his ridiculous makeup on.
I never noticed that.
Kyle.
No, that's fucking Garak. It's Garak. Doesn't matter.
TV talk. We talk about TV.
I'm done.
Thank you. The PKA Patreon questions. This guy, we have a gentleman here in need of your help, Kyle.
Doubt it.
This is mostly for Kyle. I pulled a Kyle and suggested trying anal with my girl. She said it was gross and that poo-poo came from there. I told her, not right now it isn't, which I think is my line.
It's actually from a porno, and I've quoted it for years.
Okay. And she just frowned and went back to watching TV. She likes when I play with her asshole, but's hesitant about anal. What do I do next?
Are you stronger than her?
Well, some people just don't like it, and it's just never going to happen.
I'm torn. I hear you. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
He says that she already likes some level of butt play.
Yeah.
It seems like she just needs to be made to feel comfortable with the idea.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. She's probably embarrassed. She's probably afraid she's gonna shit on your dick. So maybe explain to her like how to clean out and everything. Maybe get an enema system over there installed. Just go ahead and install it, like into the shower without telling her, and just be like, "You want the
Honey,
shower
why is
head?"
there a power washer in the bathroom?
Yeah. But if that's the hurdle, then you've got it solved right there. But it might also be that I don't know.
I would think open communication is a good place to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Leave the door open when you shit so that she starts to feel like it's more of a natural part of life, like it's not something to be ashamed of. And then over time,
terrible advice.
I disagree.
This is genius.
Yeah. You
just make it. There's next time
next time she's gonna give you head, wipe badly. And then when she's down there like gross, you're like, oh, I didn't even realize I had shit all over my ass. I'm not embarrassed though, because it's a normal part of life. and then she'll be cool with it.
All right, and maybe like have you eaten her ass? Maybe that would be a good gateway.
That's what I assumed was the inner like the.
He said she likes playing with it. I figured it was digital, but
yeah,
Taylor's assumption's not crazy.
Yeah, you got to be more specific. I need to know exactly what you're doing in that butthole.
It could be she's good with anything on the outside, but she's no to any interior involvement.
Yeah.
I don't know, though, because he didn't tell us. He left us starving for details of what level of ass play his girlfriend is okay with.
I feel like we've answered him thoroughly. So good luck with your girlfriend's asshole.
I hope she lets you put it in.
Truck. Where was it?
It's going in one way or another.
Yeah, she better get cool with it. Let her peg you.
Begin the conversation with, there's two ways this can go.
The easy way or the fun way.
that would be a good prompt on Impractical Jokers. They go up and they have to start a conversation with, there's two ways this can go. And then you feed them what they have to say next. That's such a great prompt.
It'd be a great way to get your ass handed to you. Just get beat up. What, you said you had another one?
There's a bunch here. What item would you like to have, but it's too expensive for what it is? Which I like the way he phrased that.
I love it. I like
how a quality paper guillotine costs $50. It's not that you don't have $50, but you maybe don't have $50 in the budget. You know what a paper guillotine, the thing that cuts it?
Yeah, but I don't know why you'd ever want one.
This man does.
Oh, that's in the question. $50. I thought you were giving a personal, for example, and
that's the end of the question.
Sorry.
No, we actually have a paper guillotine in the house. We homeschooled our kids, and we
of course, arts and crafts.
I remember seeing those in school and how dangerous
quite the makeshift weapon. You unscrew that thing on the end. Our boy mentioned Thomas Jane's. Yeah, like in Thomas Jane's Punisher that our guest Alfie mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
he pulls one of those off. I know, I'm teasing.
I don't like to tease our guests.
Come on. I'm just giving him a hard time.
So what's too expensive? You'd like it, but it's too expensive for what it is. I have been denying myself multi-tools and stuff. Usually I just delay them. I just don't buy everything I point at.
Those earbuds that Landmark uses.
Remember
we were talking to Slush Puppy about those as well. Those $1,500 earbuds. That's way too much money to spend on earbuds.
Yeah, now I see why they make sense for Landmark. This is a guy who wears headphones 12 hours a day, 8 hours a day, a lot. Yeah, I think he used to stream 12 hours a day, but I'm not sure about that. In any case, if you're gonna get that much use out of them daily, $1,500. Oh, and by the way, I don't know his revenue, but I imagine it to be quite good.
Also, he's sponsored by them. I'm almost positive. So he's probably getting them for free or maybe for
less than
cost.
free. Yeah. I bet he gets paid to use
Yeah. Anyway, I was paying for them, and so I will not ever pay for those. I was.
Did you say how much? They're like $1,500. Does that
12
sound right?
to $1,500. $1,200 is like the basic one, but then there's like several levels, I think. And if you want the ones that are like custom fitted, like they take the mold of your ear, I think that's an extra expense as well.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to a company many years ago who was making Active Ear Pro that was just like that, and they were the form fitted. And Active Ear Pro is the ones that react to gunshots and stuff and automatically deafen and adjust for. But meanwhile, you can hear your comrades telling you where the Russians are. But I don't think they wanted to pay me, or maybe they didn't want to give them to me for free. So I was like,
wow.
No. But I was like, no, I don't want those. And also, it's kind of cool not to wear ear protection. Trust me.
Meanwhile, you're like, it's just tinnitus.
No, I can close my ears. I'm fine.
I love that about Kyle.
What?
Close your ears.
Don't say my name.
He genuinely believes that he can do a thing.
I showed you a link where they talked about the muscle group that you flex to do it, and it squeezes the ear canal against like a muscle group. You can flex like one muscle, and it like squeezes against the ear canal. That's what I'm doing. I'm flexing a muscle in my fucking head, and I don't even like talking about it.
Can everybody do it?
If you have control of that muscle, but you've got to be like a real ripped up guy like me, just an absolute fucking beast, I
can like have a brain.
I can make my nose drip a little.
You're halfway there. It always starts with the drip. Just keep flexing your eyes. I've been doing these face exercises for a while, make my face more muscular.
Yeah.
Did you look
how
like
now
flexing your eyes to the thing I used to do?
What?
Flexing your eyes?
Did you used to flex your eyes?
So I have this really mild version of Tourette's, right? And you guys have probably seen the dancing eyebrows. They don't bother me too much, but everyone notices them. What bothers me is the like facial grimace. I'll do like that sometimes. I had to do the other side or I wasn't even.
I know how that is.
So anyway, I have this a mild version of Tourette's, and this isn't me self-diagnosing. This is a neurologist. All right. Mm-hmm. I went to the neurologist because I was like, I can't get past these headaches. I am stuck. I'm flexing my eyeballs. And she's like, what? And I'm like, I'll do it right now. You can't see anything, but I'm doing it. I'm like, I don't know, like simultaneously looking left and right at the same time. Like maybe you'd flex your arms, and the way that like Tourette's kind of works is it's not that you're
muted,
Kyle. It's not that you can't.
I know I'm flexing my eyeballs. I don't want it to be loud.
My God. It's not that you can't stop it. Like there was a guy with Tourette syndrome, like a more severe version, who was a professional baseball player for the Phillies, and he would just focus and turn it off for Kyle for while he was at bat. But of course he couldn't live his whole life like that. And I couldn't fucking turn it off, and it was giving me headaches. And the way that Tourette's tics works is they sometimes migrate. And as you get older, you can almost like choose which ones you can live with. Like I really didn't want anything audible.
Yeah.
I used to do a thing where I squished saliva with my mouth that sounded like this. And my parents hated that. They didn't like it at all. And
how did you get rid of yours?
You remember, don't you? I used to hit myself when I did it, and they were really
I'm
on
asking
board with that.
I'm asking because I got rid of all mine without hitting myself. Jesus.
Oh, I would hit myself on top of the head whenever I made that noise. And they're like, whatever it takes, you can't do that. And yeah. So anyway, flexing my eyes is the thing I used to do, and I just sort of migrated away from it. I don't know.
I can't even imagine it.
I bet your eyes are strong as fuck, though.
I don't mean to brag, but I'm
how fast
wearing glasses.
All right, guys, ready, set, go. This is the content that people want.
I didn't come up with a $50, or it was an item that's too expensive for what it is. Maybe the multi-tool.
Yeah. I think
Kyle did a good job. Taylor, you got anything?
I'm trying to think. Like, I was gonna say some kind of workout thing, but I was like, no, I buy all the stupid shit that I want from my gym. The one thing I want more like I see your functional trainer and I see cool ones, and like I'm like I want one, but it adds literally no functionality to what I have existing in my gym.
Because you have an array of
because I have all
machines.
the array of stuff. But I've done it with food before, and it'll be stuff like I was at a place probably a couple months ago, and they had a burger that looked good, but it was like $19-20 for a burger, and like that's not like breaking the bank or anything, but it's like I'm not spending $20 on a burger. Like matter of principle, like
that's how I ended up.
That's not worthwhile.
Yeah, that's how I ended up cooking so much. You know, we went to a few nice restaurants, and I was like, I think I can do this. Like the only thing those nice restaurants have over you is those super high temperature ovens that they do the steaks in. So that's why I really do like, I don't know, those chain fancy places like Morton's or Ruth's Chris, because they do have that like 800 degree like oven they're running that steak through that it comes out sizzling. It's kind of hard to achieve that at home. But maybe with one of those eggs, I don't know. But that's what really got me into cooking is like those $25 hamburgers. And it's like, what if I grind my own fucking meat? I'll go find fancy cuts of meat and grind them myself. There's no way you're doing that. Like I'll make a better burger than you can make, and I'll bake it for $8.
Yeah, they've got stuff on there to try and justify how expensive it is, where it's like, oh, it's got white truffle oil. It's like I'd opt not to have that. That's not good.
To be fair, though, like depending on what kind of burger it is, I think they're supposed to charge. The idea is that you charge 3 times what it costs to make a thing. So if it's costing them $6 to make that burger, might be about right. And like to do that though, they need to be.
I would want to raise my costs by $1. Why not? Based on that theory.
I mean, if you if you have the clientele, right? Like if you have the. If
can you raise the price of your tomato?
Yeah, I mean, if you're there for like a really good burger, that's some sort. If they're actually grinding like 3 different kinds of meats to like make the perfect percentage of fat and flavor profile for a burger, and then they're using some fancy technique to cook it, like I'll pay $20, I guess. But I know that I'm getting ripped off, and I'm paying 3 times what that burger costs. But that's kind of the restaurant experience. I guess I'm just like okay with an excellent burger being $20 because I know it's about 3 times what it costs. But I don't want some like trash burger. They had a ballpark. When they try to rip me off, I'm like, I'll go hungry. Hungry.
Because like you can see the $8, $9, $10 sometimes hot dogs.
Yeah,
and it's just a normal hot dog.
You're going 20
gas station hot dog.
Yeah,
like that hot dog cost you 5 cents to fucking make, and you're selling it to me for $9 fucking dollars. Fuck you, I'll go hungry.
Like the little station that's supposed to be able to turn the crank so it gives you ground up onions. That's empty. You know, and the condiment station's gross.
Some hungry kid is out there with a whole bowl of it, because he can't afford a $9 hot dog at the park.
That's like the ultimate cheap move, taking your son to a baseball game, like making him think that like, no, just grab the little dish, all the onions you want, just flakes of raw onion. Yeah, flakes of raw onion and ketchup sound good. Just have that horrible SpongeBob bread. Yeah, just nothing better than some nice gazpacho on at the park at the ball field. Gazpacho sucks.
Of course it does.
It's terrible. It's cold soup. Oh. It's cold soup. I don't want cold soup.
Cold tomato soup, and I like tomato soup. That's when I became an adult. I started eating vegetables. I'm talking like 5 years ago, by the way. And tomato soup was one of the things that I was like, wow, this is pretty good.
It's good with grilled cheese, but grilled cheese is the mover and shaker in that relationship. Like
I like to dip it.
The tomato soup, there's not that much to it. It doesn't taste.
I don't believe that tomato soup. So cheese is fats, bread is carbs, butter, which is a huge ingredient in grilled cheese, is also fats. And I don't know what tomato soup is exactly, but I doubt it's tomato. Go ahead.
Carbs.
It's fat. It's cream. It's cream that makes the tomato soup good. So what you're actually having is tomato flavored cream. And here's the secret to food tasting good. It's butter and cream. The more cream you add to tomato soup,
keep that under your hat. We don't want it getting out.
I didn't mention protein in any of those macros, by the way.
You don't understand. You don't understand. Like the amounts of butter that are required to make like the best mashed potatoes you've ever had. it's almost a 1-to-1 ratio.
I literally have no butter on my potatoes.
Of course you don't, because it's awful for you. But if you were going to a nice restaurant and they were selling mashed potatoes for $12 a serving, you're eating so much butter, and they're going to be tremendous. Yeah. They're going to be tremendous. Yes, it's butter, and butter tastes good.
My daughter was making fun of me. I usually don't talk about her, but she'll get away with this. I was at it. I go, oh, those restaurants. All they care about is making the food taste as good as they can. And she's like, oh, the humanity. those restaurants trying to make tasty food.
What will they think of next?
Big restaurant.
Best service.
Yeah. It's hard to eat healthy on the road.
It's like impossible.
It's not impossible. It's just
no. You're right. If it's impossible if you have no conviction.
You can that's true at home. You can eat healthier if you treat grocery stores like restaurants. Like oftentimes they have something there that like is ready to eat and not so bad.
I went to a restaurant with some friends recently, and there's all these delicious things on the menu. Pizza, wings. We're like at this place to watch a Blues game, and I just there's like, no, you know what? Getting a grilled chicken sandwich. I'm gonna let myself have the bun, but like I'm not even gonna put cheese on it. Like just that's like tomato and lettuce and pickle or whatever else is on there, and that's fucking it. And like I was like feeling good on myself until the food arrived, and like I got to see my friend's wings and my other friend's burger, and it was like I wish I was home.
I thought you were going the other way. I thought you were about to say, then it arrived and there was mayonnaise on the bun. And I was like, what are you guys thinking?
No, I saw it and I was like, well, and I was glad in a way because I knew that future me wouldn't have the strength to say no to the wings. And so I quickly, the grilled chicken sandwich. Don't ask me again.
That's like, remember that scene where Tony Soprano and Bobby are at like a diner, they're sitting at the counter and Tony orders egg whites and tomato slices. He's trying to lose some weight. And Bobby orders like a big ass ribeye steak and onion rings or something, and it comes and it is just a piled high fried fucking steak and onion rings, and he's chopping up his eggs and tomato slices, and he's like, "Is that good? Yeah, it's all right, hon. Get another one of those over here." He like pushing the shit out of the way. He's got to have another
onto the floor.
He can't do it.
I did that the other night. I did a Tony Soprano. I got up at like 3 a.m. feeling peckish, and I went and I ate deli meats out of the paper from my fridge.
Dude, why don't you get turkey and then it doesn't matter?
I did, but I didn't want that. I grabbed the salami.
Get the turkey and chicken breast and get like the flavors of it, and you can eat fistful of it.
That's the thing. Chicken breast is one of my go-to. That, and I have we call it tropical fruit, but it's just the cut up zucchini,
cantaloupe,
kiwi, cantaloupe, melons, strawberries, pineapples in there, stuff like that.
Good stuff.
And I allow myself to snack on that when I'm hungry. I don't know anyone who got super fat on melons. Like, I've got a weakness for
I've got a
chicken breast with no salt.
You can take egg whites. So egg whites make meringue when you whip them. So like you can take like not the egg beaters. I've found that shit doesn't work for this, but just I think you'd actually need real egg whites. But you could whip egg whites and then flavor them with like artificial sweetener and like a little bit of vanilla, and you could have like a fruit salad.
Oh,
okay. It would add protein to your snack.
Had that. I've had something very close to that, and they called it floof. I don't know if it was a great recipe or somebody else's.
Okay.
It looks like it will taste amazing, but it doesn't. If you eat it right away, it's like a 3 out of 10, and if you eat it tomorrow, it's a 1 out of 10.
Well, meringue tastes really good. Like it's a topping for pies. And it's just whipped egg whites and like some flavoring. And I mean, there's sugar, but you substitute the sugar out, right?
A little different than I'm having because
I'm familiar with the goop or whatever. I don't remember exactly what's in it. Greg Doucette's got some wild shit going on in those recipes. I made those protein bars and they were so fucking good. They were so good. I
want them. I've never made them. I think we even bought out the Score ones.
Yeah, I remember you guys like said it looked like turds when I sent you the picture, and it did. It looks so much like shit.
It's terrible.
Dude, it looks exactly like poop.
So you've got to get like this. The key ingredient was like this gallon jug of like syrupy stuff that's like this protein sweetener, And I can't remember exactly what it's called. You could find this recipe anywhere online. It's Greg Doucette's protein bars. And he was doing it by hand.
He would probably want you to buy his cookbook. I'm no expert on
no
Greg's
that
thought
recipe.
process.
That recipe he gives out for free. And I have the cookbook and I paid for it. I paid for it and I never received it, and I never and like when I messaged back, they said they'd sent it to me. So PayPal even like wouldn't do the dispute, and so I talked to my friend. I was like, "Hey, you stole Greg Doucette's cookbook, right?" And they're like, "Yeah." I was like, "Send that on over. I paid for it. I want access." So that's how we got down. But I remember in the video when he makes them, he does it all by hand, and he's like, "Yeah, it's a good workout." And I'm like, "Fuck you, it's a good workout. It's like mixing tar. It's like put that thing in the KitchenAid mixer. Like that's its job. It does that for a living." And put that thing on low and just like slowly making those things. I like cut them into bars, wrapped them in wax paper with a little bit of I took some kind of I sprayed Pam on them so they wouldn't stick, and then I put them on a piece of wax paper and then roll it once over and then again and then just made a strip of them, so it was almost like condoms and how condoms are attached one to the other, like when you get
condoms are different. It would appear mine are individually wrapped.
But when you get a box of condoms, each condom is like
no. Right. I'm like, does he just tear his condoms apart? Does he buy them like? I'm picturing like an industrial purchase or something. like next to the bed, you pull a string.
Like a box of condoms where like tissue paper. Like, another one popped out. No, but they're like that,
like toilet paper, where there's just a roll of condoms and you pull them apart because they're a little perforated edge.
Yeah.
Kyle, I've got a question for you. Another Patreon question. I've been dating a girl for 8 months now. She's 19, and the fan is 21. She's my dream girl since I was 18, 3 years, and everything is great in our relationship except we haven't had sex. She's a virgin and she's scared. I've been being as supportive as possible, but it's starting to get to me. 8 months relationship, by the way. I don't think an ultimatum is a viable option given the circumstances. I want to be with her. I just don't know what to do. Thanks, boys. She's 19. So
you should ask her if she plans on waiting to marriage to have sex. You should ask her that question and see what she says, and then you should have a conversation from there. That's what you should do, because it seems like you haven't asked her that question. Maybe if the issue is she's just always like, no, I'm afraid. Like maybe what the real issue is that she's afraid to have sex before marriage. Like I don't know what she's afraid of. So maybe find that out, because if that's the case, if she literally just doesn't want to, then you need to deal with that. Either marry her or move along, I suppose.
I think you're right. I really like the way you did it too. Like, afraid to have sex. That might be true, but I suspect it kind of vibes like she doesn't want to have sex with him.
Also, if she's afraid of like losing her virginity, like literally like the hymen thing, like it's time to go to horse camp.
Get that solved right away.
You're interested in motocross,
an old Bronco,
or maybe martial arts.
Ruptured. No, you're 100% right. Like,
she doesn't want to have sex with him for some reason. You need to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, like have you seen her vagina? Like I don't know where your relationship. Have you ever seen her vagina? Like, have you done other things? Have you like? I bet he's done. Yeah,
I've seen it.
I bet if he's done like everything but.
Send Woody a picture of your girlfriend's vagina.
Jesus Christ.
And
send us all a picture of.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Woody's the filter.
Yeah. And then I tweet it.
Yeah. Tweet that at me, and then I don't know my password, so Taylor, you go to my Twitter and like screenshot that and send me a text.
Then I'll do that, and then I'll print it out, fax it to you.
Oh, don't fax it to me. Mine's down.
You know what I'll do? I'll print it out, fold it up, mail it to you.
No, I need a telex.
Kyle, this is a service I offer. Right? He'll send it to me. I'll print it out, and then I'll burn that piece of paper.
Perfect. And then describe it to an artist, and he'll render out a vagina that I can then judge for you. Maybe she's got an ugly. Like I'm saying, like if you've never seen her vagina, like maybe she's got like a weird vagina. Maybe she's got a dick. Are you? Oh,
that would be,
what if that's the answer?
That'd be a real surprise.
No. Womp womp.
And Night Shyamalan.
Where are these questions? I want to take a gander at these.
Okay.
I got them. I already got them.
That's good advice, Kyle.
Yeah.
I bet it's the marriage thing. That makes the most sense.
Yeah, it's probably the marriage thing. Or you've got a big old dong. Maybe like for all I know, dude's like got like a baby arm hanging off and she's seen it. No part of that.
So I'm in Mexico and I'm flying with a person, and that's as far as I'll take it so I don't dox him. And his son is of an age where you would first start to have sex. And dad talks to him and he's like, hey, do you need condoms or something? Like, I'm trying to be responsible about this, set you up for success. And he's like, Dad, we haven't had sex yet. And he's like, be honest with me. Like, how can I, trying to be a good guy here, but don't lie. And he's like, Dad, you don't understand. My dick is huge. She can't have sex. We've tried. I have an enormous dong. And he's like, really? Like, okay. Anyway, Dad's girlfriend gets a glimpse of this thing. Yeah, like at the house or something. Maybe she said whatever happened. Weird. She caught him in a nude moment, and she tells my friend, "You have no idea. It's like a baby's arm. It's cute. He was telling you the truth. I don't know that he'll ever find someone he can have sex with." Apparently, his son is hanging such dong that his consenting girlfriend cannot have sex with him, and he's still a virgin.
Damn.
Just chatting about that on the plane. Yeah, I'll have the peanuts.
It was over lunch.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's funny.
The guy's really cool and tells a good story.
Well, that's like a monkey's paw wish.
Yes. Yeah.
That's so funny.
I just there's so much Ukrainian footage. Like I need a montage of the shit. I just watched two guys RPG a fucking like truck or something and blow it up, and it looked like it was 50 yards away. It looked like I would have gotten closer personally, so the thing was in frame, but they did a good job.
It's tricky to understand how that happened, right? Like, if you're a Russian tank operator, do you just slay everybody outside? Because if you don't, those people might kill you.
But you can't see everybody. Like every time I see someone shooting it at them, they're not like out in the open. First of all, they're in a tank. It's hard to see out of that fucking thing. Mm-hmm. So like if somebody's like on your like 7 o'clock or whatever, like behind you and to the right or left, you have no idea. Like they can just shoot at you. Like you can kind of see like a I think they've got like on some of the newer tanks they've got all sorts of equipment, but it looks like they're in like tanks from the 60s and 70s. I don't know what the visibility. The tanks I've been in, if you're not, if someone's not popping out of the top looking around, you have a hell of a time spotting a guy with a rocket before he can hit you and doing anything about it, unless that guy is also on a gun.
Mm-hmm. That explains it more. Yeah, because it seems like the people shooting the tanks are really vulnerable. But now that I realize how blind tanks can be.
So when they use like the shittiest of weapons, they're very close. Like the RPGs, like they're like 50, 100 meters away, it seems like. But with the javelins, the range on those is like 2,500 meters, I think. It's something so like it's safe. Really far. Like it's anywhere from like 50 meters to like 3,000 meters or something in that realm, like far. And that thing like takes off, doesn't leave any smoke trail, like any evidence of where the shooter was, and it's like a 12-second travel time or something to the maximum range, and it's coming in like top down, so the armor doesn't really matter as much, especially on these like the T-72 tanks. Right under the turret is where all the ammunition is, so it just blows those the fuck up. That's why you see so many pictures of the turrets sitting on the ground off of the tanks.
I didn't realize that. So they hit it there and then it explodes and pops the top off. Yeah, the whole tank cooks off. That's how a lot of those tanks what happens to a lot of them, because a lot of the weapons they use make these small entry holes that then just spray all this spalling shit and like hot metal bouncing around, and with some of them just plasma, like superheated gas is being injected in there, and so it's killing the crew, and if possible, igniting the ammunition. And Jesus,
if it starts a fire, it'll eventually cook it off. I've seen so many from the Syrian conflict, just like the tank gets hit and then it burns for a while, and then finally like the ammunition catches and it's just a bomb. It's such a huge explosion.
Have they rolled out any like new looking tanks?
So like,
or is it still all the old stuff?
From what I understand, the T-72s go back to like probably 1972 or something. Like it's probably I'm guessing on that part, but I think it's from that era at the very least. And then the T-90 or something was a tank from maybe like 20 years ago that they don't have a lot of. I saw a few of those destroyed, but I think there's a new tank that I was reading about. It's that Russia's been bragging about for like the last 15 years, and the specs on it and the description of it would make it the best tank in the world. But every time they've ever wheeled them out, they've always had issues, and no one believes that Russia can make them in any sort of quantity at all. Like maybe they've got a handful, like 3 or 4, but it's an actual like modern main battle tank with an auto loader, which a lot of tanks don't use. And a 3-man crew. They usually use 4-man crews because now you don't have a guy actually loading those 40-50 pound shells into the gun every time and locking the breech and saying do it, fire. You've got a machine back there doing all that. They claim it can do I think 10 rounds a minute. 10 rounds a minute they claim it can do. Is
that a ton for a tank?
No, that would be about as good as a person. A little worse than a person, but being a little bit worse than a person and never ever making a mistake might be better than a person, considering that now
you don't get tired either,
and your whole crew can sit side by side, like we're all in a row, like I'm sitting here, and we've each got our own little like TV screens we're doing shit with. But I haven't seen one of those outside of like proving ground footage that they've shown before in the past and stuff like that. They drove one down the street once and the driver put it in park and they couldn't get the park brake off, and they brought another tank to try to pull it, and the tracks were spinning on the asphalt, and you got like a general and like all these guys wearing the fancy stuff, and they're just like, the fuck, the boss is waiting, and you can see like the park brakes on, like nobody knows how to use this shit. So no, they don't have any
It looks like it's called the T-14 Armata.
Yeah.
And
Armata.
They were Armata. And it looks like they were supposed to have 100 of them by this year, but they do not.
No, they do not.
They delayed it. And I mean, 100, a test batch of 100. So yeah, it's not like they've got these things rolling around in Ukraine right now. No way.
No, absolutely not. It seems like the cool thing about that Armata program is that they were going to do like a one chassis across many weapons platforms. So you would have your rocket truck on the same chassis as the main battle tank. And that would also be the chassis for like the forward operating vehicles and the APCs. And so that would mean that suddenly parts across the board fit everything. Because right now they've got parts for T-72s and they got parts for T-90s and they got parts for every other little variant. But if they could go across the board with the same parts, it would be a huge win. But they can't do that.
Yeah,
that tank's way too advanced for their economy right now. Anyway,
yeah, they need to go third world.
They'll struggle with like getting the materials to make that tank at this point. I think I saw Venezuela stepped up. They were like, anything Russia needs, we'll sell them. And it's like, what do you have? Oil.
Well, they have a ton of oil.
Russia has.
No one's buying it. Things Russia doesn't need.
It's like in Civ when like someone's declared war on you and the game has become shitty for you and you're just trying to fix your happiness and you're like, hey, do you have any? Could you trade me pineapples? And they're like, I already have pineapples. You're like, fuck.
Yeah.
No one can dig me out of this. So that's what Russia's got with its like Venezuelan ally.
I think I saw Germany's still buying energy from them.
So are we.
It could be out of date.
They kind of have to.
So are we,
right?
because you have to weigh out like how bad do we shoot ourselves in the foot to like make them stumble a little?
We buy from Russia?
Yeah, 60 million a day that we send to Russia. Dollars.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Republicans, I watched them speak, and it was like all the main Republicans, and it was so compelling. They were like, if you want to crack down on Ukraine, how about this? We're importing, I think it's 500,000 barrels.
That's right. We need to crack down on Ukraine.
Well, I mean,
I think
that's what there's. Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, Russia.
I'm
These
teasing.
fucking
Sorry.
Ukrainians defending themselves.
If you want to get the Ukraine,
The Republicans are saying like, look, if you actually want to crack down on Russia, we're bringing in 400,000 barrels of oil from them a day. I'm from the great state of Montana. Now, last year we produced 1.1 million barrels of oil. That's a lot. But 2 years ago, under Donald Trump, we made 1.6 million barrels of oil. Now, that's 500,000 barrels of oil that we couldn't produce because of the way Joe Biden has said we can pump oil. That's just from my state. That would fix this whole thing. And then, like, another guy comes up. He's from Texas. And then Marco, who's the one who's the serial killer?
Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz comes up. The one whose daughter doesn't want to kiss him. He comes up and he speaks well too. They made a ton of sense about like, look, we're still buying like $60 million worth of oil a day. I think that was the number actually. And from Russia every day. That's $60 million we give them every single day. And you're talking about cutting off Nike and Apple Pay. It's like maybe we could just stop handing them $60 million of money every day. And it made a lot of sense.
Be better long term to have more resource availability here.
And the other thing is like not only you wouldn't want to just make enough oil to fill our Russian need. You'd want to pump enough oil to fill the Europeans' needs as well, right? If you could fulfill Germany's oil, if you could sell Germany all the oil that Russia was going to sell them for the same price or more, like
it'd have to be more. We don't have a pipeline leading to Germany.
Yeah, we got plenty of boats though. We're good at that. And hey, maybe we do need a pipeline.
That'd be a cool pipeline. Yeah, that would be cool.
I wonder what the other side of the argument is. If they're like, well, the reason we don't want to,
we should have bought Greenland. He was right.
It's because we're fracking and it's ruining the communities, and poor people are like, whatever, natural gas is coming out of their faucets. Propaganda.
Those poor people aren't poor anymore because of their profitable leases on that land. They don't even live there anymore.
They go back. Natural gas is coming out of your kitchen sink faucet. You should be making money.
These liars. Here's what these white trash liars do. Right? They take the millions of dollars that these oil companies give them.
They're not white trash.
They run off and build mansions, and once they burn through those millions with irresponsible spending habits, they go back to their trailers they used to live in, and they turn the faucet on that hasn't been cracked in 8 months. And when a little gas comes out and they can light it, now they sue Big Oil again for another payday. And I just made up every bit of that. None of that's true. Fracking absolutely ruined some of those people's lives, and I think it killed some babies. But look, Woody, how much do you want to pay to go paramotoring? Okay, how much?
Nothing. $6 tops.
$6 tops. So I say frack it and frack it deep.
Yeah, frack it.
Frack it up. Like I don't even know what it is. Can't be that bad.
There you go. It doesn't even understand the process. So
don't
it could
even
be that.
Know it's some kind of drilling where you use water.
You got to inject some high pressure fluids down into that bedrock down below and release that precious natural gas. Let it float on up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We're
Maybe
on the same
salt
page,
water or something.
Sounds like we have equal understanding of the process.
It sounds to me like we both have a firm grasp on the process, and we're borderline oil men.
I always thought the amount of oil we produced was in a large part limited by like how expensive it is for us to produce it. So when oil goes to $100, suddenly like freaking every fracking site becomes profitable again, and they'll fire up.
I hope so. I hope so. I hope
oil going to $30 is what shuts us out of business. They're blaming. Go ahead.
Political predictions. It's over for the Democrats. It's bad. This is going to go real poorly. The State of the Union was.
What are we predicting?
The State of the Union was a very well written speech that Biden stuttered his way through to the point of embarrassing me. I could have any one of us. Look, if he practiced.
It sounds like you're not on the side of the Iranians.
The brave Iranian
people. He called them Iranians.
He did. It was actually Uranians. If you listen.
You see Kamala's face when he said it. I went back and on YouTube.
Oh yeah, she goes
0.25 speed, and she goes, and they compose herself almost instantaneously. There's this great moment where she's like, "He just said the Iranians have fucking strong will." It was a terrible performance. He's fucking done. They're going to lose the midterms bad. They're going to lose the presidency badly. It's not even going to be close. It's going to be a blowout. And
Think so?
Absolutely. Biden, no matter what, Biden's going to look weak on this thing because Europe led the way. Maybe what he did is the best way to achieve where we are now by letting the Europeans come to their own conclusions and not trying to bully them like we have in the past. Mm-hmm. Maybe that was the right way, but it's the weak looking way, and that might be all that matters in the elections. But he's done. I don't think he can. Every time I see him speak, he is stuttering over his fucking words. I am stoned as shit right now, and I could deliver that speech more eloquently and more punctually. There were parts where, like, no, that's not the part where the emphasis goes. You missed the part. You missed the part where didn't you practice this? Like, why are there no bold underlines under the part where you say Ukraine can? Like Ukraine can. Like you float through it. Like if it's freed man, you say freed man, not freed man. They're completely different. Mm-hmm. He's so embarrassing to watch speak. It's worse than Trump. It's worse than Trump.
Old as the hills.
Trump was achieving what he was going for. Trump, like, how do you think that speech went for you, Trump? I think it went tremendously. You didn't hear me out there? How do you think that went, Joe? God, I don't know. I was trying so hard, honey. I was trying. I know you were, baby. You know it had to happen afterwards. I know you were. I know you were. Like, the doctor's going to come tomorrow. He's going to give you another fucking scan.
He's going to give you another sucker if you're good.
Dude. So it's true that he stutters. I didn't think it was as bad as you thought it was. And I feel like I'm a Democrat shill or something, and I really don't aspire to be. I've wondered if the Democrats are going to get a little shot in the arm from this Ukraine thing. Like, at least we changed the topic from like COVID failure or culture wars. Everyone's on the same page now. Pro-Ukraine, Republicans, Democrats. I'm listening.
Not black people. They don't give a fuck. You know why? Because their people are getting shot. That girl who got murdered in her apartment by the police, they just had a trial to determine whether, when the cop was killing her and hit another guy's apartment, whether that was a crime.
It wasn't.
And it wasn't. Okay?
Yeah.
Black people just heard the president of the United States say it's time to back the blue and fund the police, not defund the police. They don't give a fuck about Ukraine. They're getting killed here. Okay? Like that doesn't. They're like, yeah, we feel for those people. Guess what? We've been feeling that a long time. Like here's example after example of like the injustice being done to us right here, us being killed. So sorry, Joe, when you say it's time to back the blue and fund the police, we're not hearing it. We're borderline on board with them crazy blonde bitches in the corner yelling at you. Did you hear that? Did you hear the heckling?
No.
Yeah. So what do you want to do it, Kyle? Or you want me to do it?
I don't know their names.
Lauren Boebert or something like that. Is that her name?
Is one of them Magic the Gathering?
Yeah, it's my lady from down here, Marjorie something blonde
Taylor
lady
Greene.
with the rifle. Yeah, her and Woody's.
I didn't know Marjorie Taylor Greene said something, but I don't say that she didn't. I'm not sure.
I've seen the picture of them both going.
So what happened was, so Joe Biden lost his son Bo to cancer. Bo was a veteran, and while he can't prove it, he feels like the burn pits that he was in the war caused the cancer. So that's that. And he was saying that we have veterans dying over there and that we need to look into these burn pits. This is something that's important to me, right? He's president. He wants to make sure this doesn't happen to more people. While he's talking about the death of his son, Lauren, I thought it was Boebert. I don't know. Boebert. She gets up and shouts, "You put them there." Oh, I'm sorry. He mentioned something about flag draped coffins. And she's like, "You put them there." 13 of them. Yep. 13 of them is referring to a bomb attack in Afghanistan, where I guess as we were pulling out of Afghanistan, we were bombed and 13 American soldiers died. Mm-hmm. So while he was like, we need to take good care of our vets, we need to look into these burn pits, we need to make sure these people aren't getting cancer from this. My son died. She was attacking him for the 13 deaths that happened on his watch in Afghanistan.
That's the liberal skewed side of this thing. What actually
do better. Go ahead.
What actually happened?
I thought I did well.
Was Sleepy Joe was stuttering through his speech, and it was hard to know when to interrupt him. And but what she interrupted him when he said he had mentioned
flag draped coffins,
and the right side of this, I didn't know this was a thing until recently, but like a lot of people on the right are upset about the haphazard pullout of Afghanistan and the 13 Americans who died in that bombing. And they directly blame Joe Biden for it. And so she should not be yelling at the State of the Union. She does have a point that someone should make somewhere else. She's a cunt. However, she is not the kind of cunt who would have said what she said if she'd known the next 3 words out of Joe's mouth were going to be "my dead son, Bo." I don't believe that even she is that big of a cunt. I really don't. I think
need to re-listen.
I think when she processes it, because I've watched it. I promise you. Like,
so he says it right after she doesn't know he's leading.
It's almost simultaneously, but okay. She does not know that we're about to talk about the man's dead son. She thinks we're talking about burn pits or something else. And she's just like, you put them there. She's talking about Afghanistan, and he's like, my dead son, Bo, who died for this country. And it's just like, fuck. I didn't know what she had said because I couldn't hear it. And when I was watching the State of the Union, I just knew someone had interrupted Joe right before he started talking about his dead son. And I was like, oh, bet they wish they'd picked a better time for that.
The next thing she said after you put them there, I think, is 13 of them or 13 of them, something like that. Something so that's how you know she's referring to the 13 in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Yeah. So bad timing.
Bad timing. And those ladies are an embarrassment.
Is the opposite true? Like, because I remember, I think his name was Joe Wilson, stood up and screamed liar at Obama.
He did.
And Lauren Boebert said you put them there, 13 of them to Joe Biden. Do the Democrats have a thing you can point to that where they ripped up the paper. Pelosi ripped up Trump's speech.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think anything comes close to what they've done, or at least not. They haven't done exactly what they did there. I think it's really inappropriate to interrupt the president of the United States in the State of the fucking Union. I don't think that's a place for anything but sitting there and either clapping or not clapping. And keep your fucking mouth shut. But you couldn't have picked the worst time to stick your mouth. She comes off like if there were anyone out there who might have been on her side, then they're just like, God damn, he was talking about his kid, like simmer. It was the good one. No, we can't. We only go after
the good one. Donnie,
you were the good one. Yeah. I thought the State of the Union was delivered terribly and written very well. There was that big soup pot of like everybody gets something toward the end. It's like, how about some AIDS research and some cancer research for you? How about we build this and that, and everybody gets more money, and the rich pay more, and we pay less, and we all do it. Hey, folks. I wonder if it says folks on the teleprompter, or if he's just like reaching for his words.
You're filled with malarkey, I suspect.
It is funny to hear like someone who's been a millionaire for 50 years be like, folks. If I say folks a lot, you'll think I'm like you, folks.
He's a pony-faced horse soldier.
You're a dog-faced pony soldier.
Yeah. Hillary with her hot sauce. That's the cringiest one I can ever remember.
No, the Pokemon. I don't know who made Pokemon Go, but I wish they'd figure out how to make people Pokemon go to the polls.
It was so bad.
You go back and play that YouTube video and tell me how to nail that.
Pokemon.
Did you get it right?
Pokemon go to the polls. What a joke country.
Can I do one more Patreon question? Yeah. So I'm going to, this one's actually, there's no paragraphs, but it should be 4. Here it is, paraphrased. He and his girlfriend have been dating 4.5 years. He just graduated. He's earning $60K. Girlfriend's in law school on a fat scholarship. He's paying the rent, $1,100. She pays utilities and groceries. He doesn't estimate, but let's just say a lot less than $1,100. She doesn't want to get married until they're out of school and in kind of a better financial position. His family says, don't do this. You shouldn't be paying more than half while she's still in school. Because there's a real chance you could get robbed in this thing, right? You buy her room and board. Yep. Well, I guess just her room. And you end up not being married. You've invested in her for nothing. What's your take on this?
No. If you can afford that room, you keep paying for that fucking room, bitch boy. You do not want to live in the world where you don't need to pay for that room. No one does. So pay for that fucking room, and pay for that.
What do you mean?
We want to split things right down the middle, honey. Let's do that. Yeah, we're gonna be. She's gonna fucking leave you right away.
I'm with you, actually. I'm with, dude. You've got a job. She doesn't. She's still in school. This is the situation you're in. You've been dating for 4.5 years. She says she wants to get married after school. I actually kind of like that too.
Me too.
I didn't do that until Jackie was out of school. I felt like when I started working full time, I changed a little bit, and I was like, I would like to see the non-student version of you before I lock this in. And that's what she wants to do. I don't think it's dumb. Also, how much more is your rent without her? It doesn't go from 1,100.
Are you leaving? No. Is he gonna move out of this fucking apartment when she leaves him and find a cheaper place? And now you've done it. You've saved $400 a month, and you're jerking off.
If rent's $1,100, if rent's $1,100 for the two of them to live there, it's probably $900 for a place that's appropriate for one person. Like, you're not doubling the cost of rent.
Definitely
let her stay with you.
Tell her she needs to see how it feels like. Tell her you need to switch places for a few months and see what that feels like. And then after she leaves, you send me her phone number, because I'd love to know this wonderful law student.
You're like you switch places. You're failing all of her law courses.
What are you doing?
She's a law student on a full scholarship, so she's probably pretty smart. Like, she's cool in that regard.
Yeah, it's just a brilliant future in front of her, because it doesn't matter what she does.
She has a brilliant future in front of her, and she just wants to like live with you while she goes to law school. Dude, yes, that's okay. Tell
you
your
might want to be there with her, and maybe be there for her now, and maybe she'll buy you a Porsche when she's a partner at a law firm or something in 15 years. I can't imagine how this guy's. Your parents are leading you astray, my friend. You should take all their advice with a grain of salt from now on, because I can't imagine someone thinking that. Do you love this girl? Then what is the fucking thought process of worrying about $400 a month anywhere?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But if it was a 1-year relationship, that's a very, very different story. But 4.5, almost half a decade they've been together. They're clearly just pre-married, basically. They're already living together. They are all legally married.
The fact that she's not the one, the fact that she's the one being this responsible to and not wanting to get married right away is such a great sign. Just the 3 or 4 things we know about girl. It's like
yeah, right.
What's she doing with someone who's dumb enough to ask us this question?
Really, she shouldn't be with any PKA viewers.
I can't believe that she's with someone who's dumb enough to ask us that question.
Dude, when people ask us advice, I'm like, damn, they already asked their mailman. We're so low on the bottom of the barrel.
They opened their contacts up and there was 911 and mom.
Well, the lady at the bank couldn't help, so I'm gonna ask those retards on that show I like.
There was more stuff in here I skipped, that has some. You can place your own value on it, but he's the only dude she's ever been sexual with. She did her glow up when they first started dating, so it seems like he locked in somebody above his station, and he's not sure if he should pay rent. You should.
Yeah, you're already pre-married. You're planning to get married. There's no reason to
fair share, and then send us her phone number when she breaks up with you.
There's no reason to turn this. Don't turn this into a thing. Don't screw yourself over by turning this non-issue into an issue.
Yeah, and
seems like a good gal you got.
I'll cover the utilities.
I will not.
Kyle's offering a competitive deal. You can stay at my place, and I'll cover the utilities.
Kyle's gonna try and pretty woman this situation.
Where's he living for $1,100 a month anyway?
I didn't gather that from here.
I mean,
I don't think he doxes himself in that regard.
Okay, I mean,
he did say in the U.S.
Yeah.
That's he's not in New York City for $1,100 a month.
No, of course
he's not.
No, he could be in a really awesome place in Omaha.
He's in some sort of college town or something. That's so cheap. If it's enough room to, I don't know.
College town's cheap with rent. I don't even know.
There's a lot of $450 and $550 a month shitholes.
I lived in a for the last 3 years of college. Yeah, I went from the dorm just directly into my sophomore year. I lived in the shittiest shithole. I wish I could find a picture of it, but they literally condemned it like shortly after I moved out because like you could drop a marble in one corner of that apartment and it would roll all the way to the other corner because it was on such a slant, like literally like sitting on my couch I could see into the kitchen
and he
area.
had carpets
And it's 4 inches lower over there. Like you walk and I'm like people would come over and like I remember like they would be like, and I'm only at this time like 19, 20. It's my first like apartment. I was at a dorm the previous year, and so I don't have high expectations, but like if family would come in town, like my dad, my grandparents be like, oh, this is terrible. And I'm like, it's not that bad. And they're like, it's the floor's collapsing over here, bud. Like the water was a little iffy. The floors were collapsing. The stairs felt like they were going to fall apart. It was terrible. It was a horrible, horrible place.
I had a girlfriend that lived in a house where what they done is they'd split one house in two and they just made the mirror images like of one another. And we were on the right side. But when you walk down the hallway, the hardwood was so wavy that you had like it felt like you were drunk when you walked down the hallway. It wasn't like long waves either. It was like the waves were perpendicular to your direction.
Yeah, the wood was cupped, right? Am I hearing it right?
It was doing like waves.
But was it across several boards or was every board a little cupped?
Every board, the whole hallway.
Yeah, so that means that they didn't acclimatize the wood before they installed it. They just sanded it flat and then it acclimatized to a cup.
It was awesome. I added so much character to the place.
It was awesome.
I loved it. Like I didn't have to, but I remember her rent was like, because I covered her rent for a time. Okay, she was like all teary-eyed and she's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. This new job doesn't pay as much as they said. They lied to me and now I'm here. And I was mean when I left the last job because they were cunts. They were cunts. I'm not going back. I'm not. And I'm just like, what's your rent, baby? And $465 a month. And I'm like, I got you. Like, you cannot have a meltdown over $400.
Can I do one more question? I know we're almost out of time.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So in case this helps you guys, I'm an 18-year-old male virgin, of course. I actually struggle with this question myself. First backstory. So she started working at my current work 8 months ago. We became friends. We talked, we texted every day. She's funny, intelligent. We have similar interests. I'm paraphrasing. It's obvious we like each other based on talking so much, getting food, etc. The other day after work, we went to watch a movie and we fucked around at the mall until we got kicked out. I interpret fucked around at the mall to be non-sexual.
Yeah.
And I honestly am kicking myself for not making a move. I'm unsure about how to do it. Do I just try to kiss her? Do I go with a joke like, this is the part where we kiss, ? I don't know how to make the first move. This will be my first relationship, and I'm not sure how to get it going. I'm also scared of making things awkward at work. It boils down to, how do you make a move? 18-year-old.
Oh, at 18, my go-to move was just to watch a movie together on a couch in a quiet, dark setting, and eventually, if she wants you to kiss her, she'll start looking at you. You can't fuck that up, and you can't get me too. If she starts like staring deeply into your eyes, like yes, she wants you to kiss her. If there's never a moment where like it'll either happen or it won't happen. You don't have to. I think that's the mission, right? Don't go on a seek and destroy mission to kiss this girl. Like put yourself in a setting where kissing would naturally happen, and then just kissing will naturally happen. So like couch, like no lights movie, not a Michael Bay movie. Maybe she picks the film.
Yeah,
and
let her pick the film.
Yeah, TV shows are good too because you get so many intermissions. Intermissions are important. If there's a fucking plot, if we're watching Interstellar, might be hard to find a pause to make out. But if we're watching episodes of The Office, if that's what she's into or whatever the fuck, like every 15 minutes we get like a whole break. Right?
Here's my move. It might suck. I'm asking for your feedback on it. Go to a movie theater where the armrest goes up in the middle, right? A lot of movie theaters now, they're like reclining seats, and it's not like the old days where it was like stadium seating almost, where they're weird plastic. Put your arm around her and see how that goes. It can turn into a snuggle. Now, I worry I'm a little bit on the don't make it your mission to kiss her thing, like Kyle said not to do. But it just seems like there's cuddly movie theaters, bro. She might lean into you. And
I don't want to make out in a movie theater, though. I've never kissed in a movie theater in my life.
Yeah, it seems like a waste of money.
You're missing out.
Yeah, but there's people here.
You can do it at home for free when you're not paying for a movie.
I'm not going to kiss in front of people.
I don't know. So maybe I'm crazy. Like, you got a girl into your house at this point? Like,
I went to her house.
He's 18.
Yeah, you go to her house.
Yeah, I would go to her house or she would come to my house. Like the movie thing is the simplest. There's a reason that like the Netflix and chill thing is a meme.
I drove to her house. This is when I was like, I'm thinking of like, 15 and 16-year-old kissing girls. And it was like, drive to her house. And I'm almost positive we watched Lord of the Rings. I'm almost positive.
That can't be. I think I was in my 30s when that came out.
If she's coming over to your house, and you guys are already watching movies in the dark together, like she's giving you signs that she's interested in more than just like looking at stuff at Hot Topic with you at the mall. Like,
hey, what's the worst case?
You can read her body language and see if you're sitting down. Yeah, if you're sitting down and you're watching the movie with her, and she's leaning away from you and her arms are folded. She's not into you and it's not going to pan out. But if she's getting like receptive tones,
or she's doing the fake shivers,
language.
Don't mistake the fake shivers though. That's the opposite move. They'll do the that's like she might as well.
Your arm was around me.
That's like the female mating call. You know, when you go to the store and you get like the dough in heat call, and it goes and you play like the buck and rut, and he's like, like this is what it is for a girl. She's saying, I'm cold, I want snuggles.
And what you do when she does that is you go
what
get her the
doing,
biggest
pussy,
coat
grab
you
me.
have. Yeah.
She's saying, what are you doing, pussy, grab me. And the worst thing you can do is be like, want me to turn up the heat?
You want me to get you a coat?
Also, always keep your house very cold.
Am I fumbling the bag by not making a move by now? I will say, I think there's a window on this, and that if you take too long, she'll move on.
Yeah,
and it does, he's not really saying like what the level of their friendship is. Like they're hanging out one-on-one, fucking around at the mall for hours and hours. Like that shows some
huge green light.
That shows some interest, right? Like it's not like was this their first time hanging out alone, or have they been doing this for a while? Because it's
the only risk is that she's using him to boost her own ego. Like that is a thing that can happen. Like, I like this guy. He clearly likes me, which makes me feel good about me, but I don't want him as a boyfriend.
For future questions, we love these, by the way. Sign up for our Patreon down below, and you can ask us these wonderful questions. Join our Discord and generally goof around with us. But we need to get better guidelines, because if you had said, I wish you had said something like, we are peers appearance-wise. I would say I'm about a 6 and she is too. Hey, she's pretty, but she's not beautiful. I'm handsome, but I'm no Brad Pitt. I think we're peers. We're both physically fit. We do this. Like if I could, like, I don't know, or include pictures. I really want a lot of pictures from you people. If there's something weird, I don't
know if the tech supports that. I wonder.
We can get it handled. You message someone and we'll get the pictures to Woody. Don't worry.
Just tweet at Taylor or something. Taylor read Twitter.
Yeah.
But seriously, I hope that that guy's lawyer girlfriend finds a cooler dude, and I hope you kiss your young lady friend.
Yeah, best of luck, guy.
I like the relationship questions more than some of the others.
I like relationship questions too.
Yeah,
especially when it's like this, because like all jokes aside, guy who didn't want to pay, whose parents told him not to pay rent, like sounds like you right. Actually, neat. God, I hope. When did you ask this question? I hope you didn't go astray.
Yeah, right.
We waited till the end of the month to do them. Oh no. Let's hope you didn't.
Follow up. I told that cunt to get the hell out
of my. Turns out her father owns the building I lived in. It was all a ploy to see if I was a good enough prospect as a husband. They're billionaires. Man, did I blow it.
That's funny.
You guys want to call it a show?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
What's funny is the description of every show says Woody calls it a show, and I feel like I'm the fall guy, like for the show not being longer.
We all generally want to, get done around 4 so that we can like eat dinner or go to bed with our families.
Yeah.
PKA 585. Buy your lock and load.
Cut.